Crossing first dip, we'll have the time for you momentarily.
After 3 exhilarating days of competition and a long season that started all the way back in September, we are finally ready to crown a Mid-American Conference champion in swimming and diving. Hello, folks, and welcome to our 4th day of coverage from the Alumni Arena Natatorium in Buffalo, New York, as we are ready for the last day of the 2025 Max Swimming and Diving Championships. I'm Vinny Cristiano III alongside Michael Loss, and we have already seen this meet that has seen 3 championship times set in the record books and new pool records set in 10 different events.
It all comes down to this: 6 more races in the pool and a 3-meter showdown in the diving well, and we will crown our 2025 Max Swim and Dive champion. Yesterday showed us that while Akron has a strong lead for a potential 4th straight championship, the other 7 programs competing today won't go away without a fight. I can't wait to see which team touches the wall first in the final standings, as we look at now.
You see the day 4 standings have the Zips on top of the Ohio Bobcats. Miami and the Redhawks currently sit in 3rd position, with the host Buffalo Bulls in 4th, Ball State, Bowling Green, Eastern Michigan, and Toledo rounding out the field. Overall, Akron leads the field with 6 gold medals in 6 different events as well. They're in search of their 4th straight title. Ohio has been atop the podium with the 2nd most frequency, capturing 4 golds thus far. Buffalo, Ball State, and Miami also each have 1 gold medal to their name. Now, before we get underway tonight, the MAC is also ready to hand out some more hardware and the presentation of the 2025 Most Outstanding Senior Award and a recognition of those experienced student athletes who have been here now for 4 or more years in the Mid-American Conference and are swimming in what could be their last championship meet.
That's right, Vinny. And just out of frame at the video board here at Alumni Arena, the Dorsey Reynolds competition pool, the video board has been shifting all of the seniors on all 8 MAC teams. And what's been phenomenal is to give these girls a name to a face. Being a senior could be the last time that these ladies step up to the blocks and swim competitively for a team, their teammates, and most importantly, themselves. Swimming is more than early mornings and endless lapping practices. It's about bonds formed, the little things like going out to eat with your teammates, and participating in a sport that has shaped their personality. So when the seniors take to the blocks today, we should celebrate them for the passion, intensity, and legacy that they've brought to the Mid-American Conference.
Since the Most Outstanding Senior Award was presented in 2016 for the first time, Hannah Raspovich, the first winner with Akron, we have seen it presented each and every year. Lucas Sinzal from Akron won in 2017. Pei Lin from Miami in 2018, the winner. Delaney Duncan from Eastern Michigan won in 2019, with Talissa Lemke from Bowling Green winning in 2020. Brittany Beecher, the first winner from the Buffalo Bulls. Sarah Watson, the 3rd from Akron, won in 2022, with Tony Nacarella winning in 2023 for Buffalo, and Nicole Mayer from Miami winning last season. And so we will get another one of those much deserving seniors to get that award here today, after each one is recognized here at the Dorsey Reynolds competition pool inside Alumni Arena. Before we get started with competition tonight, the first event will be the championship heat for the 1650-yard freestyle, 66 laps on the docket here today to kick things off before we speed things up a little bit, following it up with the 200-yard backstroke, the 100-yard free, the 200 breaststroke, and the 200-yard butterfly, front-ending the 3-meter diving finals just to our right. And then the last race in the pool of MAC competition in 2025, the 400 freestyle relay, and then, of course, our championship award ceremony just down in front of our broadcast here on the pool deck, as the medals and trophy will be presented by MAC Commissioner Dr. John Steinbrecher, who was here yesterday handing out the medals to the winners after what has been an exhilarating 3 days thus far of MAC swimming and diving competition. Ultimately, Michael, what do you expect to see here today with the Zips in front of those standings, but Ohio winning 3 golds yesterday?
I'm really excited. When we looked at the top of the show at our Day 4 standings, it was very different from what we saw going into yesterday's Day 3. Ohio took 3 straight events in a row to really put themselves to have an opportunity to push for Akron. We all know, looking at the events for tonight, Akron has a very good chance to capitalize on some of the events they've always been good in. But Ohio has swimmers in some very pivotal events. I'm very excited to see how this one shakes out.
Sure to be a fun one here from Alumni Arena. Packed house tonight as well, as the 1,000 capacity gallery is filled to the brim here in Amherst, New York. And now an opportunity for the Mid-American Conference and everyone here in attendance and watching at home on GetSomeAction.com and live on YouTube to celebrate the seniors of this year's MAC Swimming and Diving class of 2025.
Recognition for our Senior of the Year. These are our 2025 Mid-American Conference seniors. From the University of Akron, Danica Bozeman. Kendall Gray.
Starting off alphabetically with the University of Akron, Danica Bozeman, the first celebrated senior from Hilton, KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. Abigail Daniel and Kendall Craig, the next two. Craig out of Evans City, Pennsylvania, and Abigail Daniel out of Bristow, Virginia. Mackenzie Dunnigan from Oviedo, Florida. And Maddie Gatrall from Windsor, Ontario, Canada. Aslan Holder from Cyprus, Texas. Dominika Kasakausa from Gliwice, Poland. Grace Nuffer from Indianapolis, Indiana.
Grace Newford. Rebecca Reed.
Rebecca Reed from
And Laurel Smith.
Donaghadee, Ireland. Laurel Smith from Knoxville, Tennessee.
Oklahoma State University, Neely Agnew.
Rounding out the field of Akron Zips seniors. Neely Agnew and Alexa Arkenberg alongside Alyssa Bader from Ball State, the first three out of the tunnel. Emma Horton, Hannah Jones, and Ilya Newkirk alongside Gracie Payne, Ashley Proven, Grace Walker, and Laura Wright, so being celebrated for Ball State. For Bowling Green, Olivia Castro, the grad student, Fabiana D'Ambrosio, Abigail Dolliver, the senior from Fenton, Michigan, Lily Kaiser, Elena Krupp,
From the University at Buffalo.
Elise Snyder from Bowling Green, who we saw a couple times in the 3-meter consolations finals yesterday. She's from DeWitt, Michigan. Grad student Ava Vial, who we saw in the IM just a few days ago. The host Buffalo Bulls with a loud cheer for their seniors, being led off by Sawyer Bosley, who's been stout on the diving boards this season. Kaylee Donovan and Presley Dorsett for the Bulls, alongside Mary Alice Kwok. And Mari, we will see in the 3-meter final later today. Abigail Malmstrom and Mia Nacarella, alongside Amanda Neeb and Alicia Wood for the host Buffalo Bulls here inside Alumni Arena and the natatorium that they have known oh so well. From Eastern Michigan, Olivia Clarino, Ashley George, Rebecca Knapp, Madeline Searcy from the Eagles, Abby Zadorsky, and Sierra Wheeler, rounding out the seniors for Eastern Michigan. From Annie, Catherine Antonowicz, Angelina Cackles, Taylor Connors, Caitlin Groff, Michaela Hone, Madeline Lutzko, Vivian Niekamp, Madeline Padovic, who earned a gold medal yesterday, Mackenzie Reed, Emily Rinker, Emma Schuler, Maggie Stock, and Erin Skapakovich from Muskego, Wisconsin, alongside the fellow seniors from Miami, Ohio. From the currently second place Ohio Bobcats, Raphael Anglade leads things off. Next, Sophie Cooper and Caroline Dunnigan, the grad student from Lansdale, Pennsylvania. Gabrielle McKee from Gilbertsville, Pennsylvania, next out of the tunnel, with Edie Sawyer and Julia Strine. From Toledo, Madeline Blakely, Sydney Conrad, Lindsay Creek, Cassie Gutierrez, Caitlin Hines, as we do the Lucy Morris, Molly Pressler, Faith Sill, and Alicia Zarzo Ramirez for Toledo. As we get ready to award that Outstanding Senior Award in the MAC. The nominees being announced inside Alumni Arena, and a well-deserved award it is. Abby Daniel is the winner of the 2025 Most Outstanding Senior Award. And quite frankly, there's not much she did not accomplish in the pool, and still a couple more opportunities to do it. She's going to be one of those swimmers that continues her season because of her accomplishments already in 2025.
An incredibly decorated career for the senior Abby Daniel, but real quick, I just want to say, Abby Daniel will probably say this, and so will the other 7 nominations. I'm sure they don't want to celebrate this award about themselves, but rather the other seniors on their team. These are girls that they have grown up with and swam with and spent so much time with in and out of the pool. So while this is a phenomenal award and very well deserved for Abby Daniel, I'm sure even she'd say it's the same amount of accomplishment for the other seniors involved.
Abby Daniel, the senior from Bristow, Virginia, a 2-time All-American honorable mention, finished 16th in the 100 fly last year in the NCAAs and in the 200 IM, a 3-time first-team All-MAC selection. We already have alluded to her success last year in these MAC championships on the campus of Ohio University when she tied for the most wins in a single meet in MAC history with 7. A already 2-time MAC Swimmer of the Year winner, and bookends her career now with the Most Outstanding Senior after kicking things off with the 2022 Freshman of the Year award. And this season alone already has won the MAC Swimmer of the Week award 3 times in weeks 7, 9, and 12. Abby Daniel has been a part of each of the last 3 Zips championships. Her first gold medal came in the 200-yard IM in a new pool and a tie for the MAC championship record with a 156.04 on Thursday. She then followed that up as the 3rd leg of the 400-yard medley relay winning team for Akron, as their time of 3:31.71, also a new pool record. And a well-deserved round of applause for all of the seniors of the Mid-American Conference here in 2025. So as the seniors now rejoin their teams before we start today, and Abby Daniel, the 2025 Most Outstanding Senior Award winner, looking to add to her already impressive medal count. She has 4 golds that she's earned already as a part of individual races and relay teams as well. And today, as we take a brief look ahead to what will surely be an exhilarating last day of competition, we will likely see Abby Daniel at the very least twice, especially at the end in that, quite possibly in the 400 free relay, as her usage has been spread out so much because of her ability to, quite frankly, be an integral piece of almost any stroke in any relay team. But at the very least, her name here on the card in the 200-yard butterfly, and the highest seeded swimmer in that event, 2 minutes and 5 seconds for Daniel, an event that will likely not get started for at least another hour and a half or so because of everything that has to go on in between. And then that event right before the 3-meter diving, so a little bit of time for her to recoup and reset before, like we mentioned, ultimately ending the meet with the 400-yard freestyle relay after the 3-meter dive. So again, we thank everybody for joining us here live on YouTube and on GetSomeAction.com. My name is Vinny Cristiano III alongside Michael Loss, and ultimately we have really been treated, Michael, to what has been an incredible 3 days of action so far. And we've talked a couple times about Akron's dominance. Ohio yesterday, we've already alluded to their 3 golds in a row. Here today, we have a variety of different events, including the longest race of the MAC Championships. What do you maybe expect to see in the 1650?
Well, we better get comfy and find a place to sit down for this 1650 because it's going to be all about pace. We're certainly going to take a while to get through it, but make no mistake, the swimmers that are getting in the water are on a constant mental clock. It's going to be the most mentally tough event of the entire championship to swim in. From the minute you get in to the minute you get out, it is all about that clockwork. We have an incredible lineup of individual events, including, as you alluded to, that 200-yard butterfly with Abby Daniel expected to contend in that. I mentioned yesterday, Abby Daniel has won every single event that she has competed in that involves the stroke of butterfly since 2023, except for the 200 medley relay that kicked us off on day 1 of the MAC Championships. Basically what that means is anytime there's a butterfly in the water for the Akron Zips, it's usually Abby Daniel, and she usually ends up winning. So a very exciting way to wrap up one of our final individual events before we get to the last couple, and of course, as I mentioned previously, that relay that is certainly going to be a treat to watch.
When that 200-yard butterfly final goes in the water, she currently holds the MAC and the championship record. Her seed time, 2 minutes and 5/100ths. Her previous record, 1:55.50, which she set in 2023 and then tied in last year's championships as well. Mere moments until we're ready to get underway here from the Dorsey Reynolds competition pool at Alumni Arena on the campus of the University at Buffalo in Amherst, New York. Thanks again for joining us, everybody, here tonight on night number 4 of the 2025 MAC Swimming and Diving Championships. It's incredible to think that an event that I personally had looked forward to for so long, knowing in the fall that I would be on the schedule for this week's events, was something I'd looked forward to since then. And now, even thinking back to on Wednesday, showing up with what I inevitably counted was 87 pages of notes, not including all the heat sheets that we've acquired over the course of that time. There's been so much information to digest and quite a lot going on throughout the entire week. And ultimately, I'm a little sad that it's going to be over in just a couple hours, but all the more reason to enjoy it while it's here, because there sure is going to be plenty of stuff to keep us busy here over the next few moments.
That's perfectly well said, Vinny, and that's what's so exciting about MAC championship season across any sport. The ability for all these MAC programs to come together and compete against the best of the best, and in this instance in women's swimming, the 8 programs that compete, there's no other thing like it. An incredible thank you to all the SIDs that have been able to get us the information. We certainly would not have been able to do it without their ability to give us these heat sheets, give us these records, and help Vinny and I craft our storylines. We wouldn't be able to bring this broadcast to the fans without all 8 of the SIDs for women's swimming and diving. They do not get enough credit for what they do.
Yeah, sports information directors across the NCAA certainly don't get enough credit, I think, in general, but a special shout out to Ryan Hagan from the University at Buffalo. His responsibilities increasing by a pretty big fold this week because of all the attention being brought here to the campus of the University at Buffalo and his Bulls program. Him helping us out as much as he did and getting so many things organized for us, printed and placed at our stations has been remarkable. So all the SIDs deserve some credit, and of course want to give a special shout out to Ryan, who has been immensely helpful for all of us this week. So we appreciate everyone's assistance for making this possible, and their help and their assistance has made it all the fun that it's been. Swimmers almost to the blocks here for the 1650 free. And the tension, I think, is building a little bit here inside the natatorium.
I certainly agree, Vinny, but remember, that tension can't get too high. This one is a long one. You're going to notice probably one of the slower starts we're going to see of any of the races. These swimmers know that as much as it's exciting to hear that whistle at the start, they can't get too fast too early.
Casey Stevens from Miami had the top pre-prelim time with a 16:47.67. The Miami Red Hawk set that back on December 7th. Gabby McGee from Ohio set the second best time, 16:53, back on November 24th. Elle Couture on the same day set the only other sub-17-minute time in the regular season of MAC play. The Akron Zit, her best time, 16:59.01.
And remember, Vinny, due to the unique nature of the 1653, there was no prelims for this event this morning. You can't have swimmers swim 2 miles in one day, especially with that last mile being the one that really counts in the finals. So those pre-prelim times that you mentioned are the exact seating that we're seeing in front of us. So these swimmers haven't maybe swam this event in some time. We've looked at this throughout the week about the fastest times we've seen pre-prelims, and sometimes you'll see some times that maybe don't match up as well the morning of because they swam them back in November, in December. So it's really about who's the most fresh today, who came into today with the right mentality. And we're going to see that with the 1650 free.
Casey Stevens, her time seats her in lane number 4. And we'll find out more about her momentarily. This field, top and bottom, lanes 1 and 8, filled by Buffalo Bulls in their home pool. And they will unfortunately have to deal with that reverberation, if you will, off the wall. Got to make sure the goggles stay on tight there. Although there might not be as much as when a faster paced race, the advantages remain in the middle of the pool despite the length. And Stevens will enjoy that with Elle Couture in lane 3, Gabby McKee in lane 5, and McKenna Pottinger from Ball State, the only freshman in this 1650 final, in lane 6. We'll step aside to honor America and those who served our country with the national anthem, and then go live with the first event of the day.
For the playing of our national anthem, the Star-Spangled Banner.
What better way to kick things off on day 4 than the crowd, who was already into it to begin with, tossing their vocal cords out a little bit, singing the Star-Spangled Banner. And now the hype video for the Mid-American Conference plays on the video board, and the swimmers now get the muscles loose here as we get ready to swim a mile, or at least a little bit under it, here inside the Dorsey Reynolds competition pool.
Correct. The 1650 isn't technically an exact mile in yardage, but it is referred to it since it's only about 110 yards short of a true mile swam.
66 laps on the docket for 8 MAC Division I swimmers. Five different schools represented in today's final.
This is the third section of the women's 1,650-yard freestyle. Mr. Referee.
You get ready to go. And in the water we go. In lane 1 from the Buffalo Bulls, Elise McCall, the junior, time of 17:13:47. She'll be in lane 1. Callie Tuma from Ball State, another junior. Lane 2 time of 17:05:32. Ella Couture, who has already captured 1 win earlier today in a distance event. She's out of Akron in lane 3, 16:59:01. Like I mentioned, her time. Casey Stevens will be in lane 4, the sophomore from Miami, Ohio, 16:47:67. And Gabby McKee from the Ohio Bobcats in lane 5, 16:53:23. McKenna Pottinger from Ball State, the second Cardinal in these finals, the freshman, 17:03.2. With Audrey Conley in lane 7 from Miami, Ohio, the junior, seed 17:07:85. And Ava Cunningham in lane 8 out of Buffalo, the junior, seed 17:13:52.
You mentioned those Buffalo Bulls that are bookending the 8 lanes we see here at Alumni Arena at the Dorsey Reynolds competition pool. And Vinny, I talk a lot about the competitive advantage of being in that lane 4, lane 5. We're going to see that disadvantage being in lane 1 and lane 8 really on display here. The whole reason you want to be that higher seated time from a placement in the pool perspective is because being in the middle of the pool keeps you away from the wave that these swimmers create as they go down and back. Especially in an event like the 1650 free, we're going to see some separation in the pack. We might even see our top swimmer might lap another, which means that that wave coming back and forth bounces off the walls. And if you're in one of those lanes that's bouncing off the walls, that's moving you horizontally along the lane, which you can't focus on moving horizontally. You have to go vertically. So we're going to see a little bit of a competitive disadvantage, especially in this event in the 1650 in lanes 1 and 8 for those Buffalo Bulls.
Always interesting to see how each swimmer paces themselves here, because ultimately it is so long. You might see the lead change a couple of times, or in some instances you might see the leader take the lead right away and ultimately be able to pull away from the field, as right now, just a few laps in, the lead currently sits with Ella Couture of Akron in lane 3 at the moment. Closely in second is going to be in lane 7, Audrey Conley from Miami, Ohio. And right now in third, Callie Tuma from Ball State. Of course, a lot of time left to go. We're just about 2.5 minutes in to the first race of the day. And like we mentioned with those seed times, you're going to be looking at just over 16.5 minutes likely when the leader crosses the line, and probably around 17 when the rest of the field touches the wall.
And for an event that is so long and a little broad in the way that it happens, you wouldn't think that there's a whole lot of storylines, but there is in this edition of the 2025 MAC Championship event. I want to look right now at Gabby McKee in lane 5 and Elle Couture in lane 3. Keep in mind, they swam the only other distance event that happened in the championship. That was the 500-yard freestyle. Gabby McKee came in with the fastest highest seed time, but she ended up falling to Elle Couture, the junior from Akron, right at the end of it. Couture's going to be in lane 3 with Gabby McKee in lane 5. They're both going to flank Casey Stevens of Miami, Ohio, right in the middle in lane 4. But I want to see how those two pace off each other. Keep in mind, it came down to the last 100 yards or so in that distance event, and that's what ended up deciding it all.
The kick from Couture ultimately did help, and I remember being pretty impressed with her ability to find the extra gas in the tank for that one. As we do see a little bit of a discrepancy here, as we've now crossed the 3.5 minute mark so far. Right now, Couture still remains in that top spot, with Conley in lane 7 hanging on to that second spot right now. And Casey Stevens, in the meantime, moving into third, with Callie Tuma from Ball State currently sitting in that 4th spot.
And remember, Vinny, the key to success in the 1650 is knowing when to inevitably make your move. Some swimmers might hold steady for that first 1,000 yards. They'll drop the hammer in the last 600 yards. So right now what we're seeing might be a little pedestrian, but it's all part of the mental toughness. This is a true test of that mental toughness, endurance, and strategy. Right now these swimmers are settling into the rhythm they set themselves up with in the first 200 yards. They're going to see if they can maintain that and give yourself enough left in the tank to push during that last 400 to 600 yards or so. I can't understand how we haven't even mentioned the fact that Callie Tuma in lane 2 for Ball State won this event last year. Right now she's coming at a little bit slower pace than she normally does, but that'll go out the window once we get to those last couple yards. You'll never see the swimmers expected to win the entire time. You'll see them make their moves later in the week.
Tuma, the junior from Naperville, Illinois, has 4 of the top 10 times in Ball State program history. She won the silver in the 1,000 freestyle last year, which was not an event that was on the schedule this week. And the year prior was the bronze medalist in this event. So a history of being in the medal earning positions on the podium for Tuma. And right now, again, sitting in lane 2, and we will see when she makes her move, as the junior right now just has one swimmer to her left. It'll be to her right in a couple of seconds, of course, as she spins around. But ultimately, the leaders and the fastest swimmers right now, immediately just the first 2 lanes to her right.
And Callie Tuma just hit the wall just this minute with a time of 31:34. When she won this event last year, she had an average 50-yard split of 30.43. So a little bit above her average, but we're certainly going to see that average drop when she picks up in those last 200 yards or so. But that 30-second mark is kind of where she wants to be. Gabby McKee last year, in a 4th place finish in this event, had a 30.69. Not too much of a difference in terms of average 50 split.
Meanwhile, Tuma's teammate McKenna Pottinger, currently in lane 6. Pottinger sitting in the 7th position on the field right now, also biding her time to make the move. She's a freshman from York, Pennsylvania, with 3 wins this year.
Moving on now in lane 4 is Casey Stevens from Miami. It's South Victoria and
6.5 minutes through so far. At the wall, Couture was 6:33.58 and a split of 30.78. Casey Stevens just behind Gabby McKee for the fastest splits of that length. Audrey Conley, meanwhile, of Miami, Ohio in lane 7, the next fastest as well, as pace is pretty consistent here for most of these swimmers, but you're seeing how ultimately different lengths breed different strategies here as certain swimmers try to work their way maybe back a little closer to the leaders.
And Couture, as well as all the other 7 swimmers here, are going to run that 2-stroke breath pacing. It's pretty much the average for when you do a 1650 or anything distance for that matter. But even though Couture and Stevens aren't directly looking at each other, they're keeping in pretty good pace right now.
Yeah, they certainly are, and ultimately I have noticed that Stevens is staggering her breathing a little bit. Ultimately on the right side of the pool, she takes that extra stroke and then looks off to her left. She's able to look to her right here at Couture all the way down this length of the pool, and basically every other time so far I have noticed her take that extra breath and then look off to her left to see who's over there. That time she does it as well, and then she makes the turn right now in the 2nd spot. Again, that highest seeded swimmer in lane 4, keeping tabs on Elle Couture as they work their way back down the middle of the pool. Now 8 minutes into the 1650 free as we near the halfway point of this event.
If you have the confidence that you know you're going to be one of the higher seeded swimmers in this event, and you know the lady swimming next to you is also going to be higher seeded, then you can take that risk of being able to look over at them and pace yourself off of them. You don't want to be super far ahead of them for fear that they might catch you off guard. So I really like what Couture is doing. Casey Stevens is doing a similar breathwork pattern where she looks over to make sure that Couture is still somewhere in line with her. Mentally, she knows when she wants to make her move, and she's going to try to catch Couture off guard.
Splits now working back to 30.5 seconds here for Stevens and Couture. Stevens 30.51, 30.71 for Couture. As Stevens touched the wall, 8:36.31. Right now, Couture is still in the lead. Meanwhile, throughout the rest of the field, it'll be a pretty close race for second between Lanes 5 and 7 is McKee and Conley right now neck and neck, and then behind them, pretty even pace as well in lane 2 for Tuma and lane 8 for Ava Cunningham of the Buffalo Bulls. Cunningham, a junior from Scottsdale, Arizona, a 4-time AIA high school state champion from 2018 to 2021 back in her high school career. Also has times in the top 5 of Buffalo with the 200 free, 500 free, and the 1650, of course, which is the reason that she is the 8th seeded swimmer in this final right now.
And Vinny, now that we're way over the halfway point, this is where the true test of the 1650 begins. At this point in the race is where fatigue sets in. That lactic acid starts to build up in your legs that have carried you through these first couple of lengths. At this point, it's all about who can hold their tempo under pressure.
Elise McCall, the teammate of Cunningham, right now in lane 1. She is at the tail end of the pack at this point, as McCall, the junior from Commerce Township, Michigan, finished 12th in this event last year and swam in the NIC on the 400 medley relay team that finished 8th out of 34 teams. We're 1,000 yards through. Pass has been made for the lead by Casey Stevens. Couture probably not too worried about that right now, as they now have still 600 yards to go. Up over 10.5 minutes into this event, and it makes sense. Ultimately, we're thinking just over 16.5 minutes. Right now, they'll have about 6 minutes to go, and it'll be 30 seconds per 50, it looks like. But the pace has quickened a little bit here for Stevens. She's 38 right now, so she's dropped by a tenth. Couture has done the same, 30.54, and Gaddy McKee goes 30.62, as Cunningham and Conley both drop their last splits below 31 seconds as well.
And what I like that we're seeing here from Casey Stevens is that she's getting into her flip turns a lot faster than she was at the previous lengths. The first couple lengths might seem a little pedestrian in the way that you're feeling out your rhythm and feeling out your stroke. At this point, you don't want to touch the wall at the end of this and feel like you had more in the tank, Vinny. So what I really like from Stevens is her ability to get through her flip turns quicker. You can feel the energy from everywhere. The sidelines are popping right now. The counters who are counting for these swimmers are certainly giving the motivation these swimmers in the water need to do this distance event.
Casey Stevens is just a sophomore from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Finished 6th in the 500 free last year and 7th in this event, with qualifying times in both the 500 and the 16 free so far this year. And ultimately, how sweet it would be for the Red Hawks and first-year head coach Samantha Pitter for Stevens to hold on to this lead right now and give Miami, Ohio their 2nd gold medal of the 2025 Max Swimming and Diving Championships.
When you look at the array of events that are offered in competitive swimming, Vinny, distance swimmers are a completely different breed. When you train for a distance event of this caliber, it's a performance that's built on months, it could be even years of training specifically for this kind of distance. It's really exciting to see swimmers of this caliber who have participated in other events we've seen so far. We saw Pottinger in the 400 RDIM B final yesterday, so it's really exciting to see these distance swimmers branch out a little bit, but this is what they're built for.
About 4 minutes left, and about 4 lengths to go. Back, down and back, if you will. Stevens still in the lead. Couture has seen her pace drop off a little bit. She's at 31.39 her last split. McKee right now in 3rd in lane 5, 30.7 her last split as she closes the gap as she looks to make that pass. And in a close 4th, up there in lane 7, Audrey Conley from Miami, Ohio, as the Red Hawks look to put themselves in medal-winning positions with both swimmers. Samantha Pitter, I mentioned, the first-year head coach for Miami, Ohio, comes over after being the associate head coach at Pitt and has elevated that program to new heights. New record for NCAA qualifiers in 2023, and the men's team, which she also assisted on, set a new best finish in ACC competition that year. Pitter, the head coach of not only the women's swim and dive team at Miami, Ohio, but also the men's team, who finished up their conference championship in the Missouri Valley Conference just this past week.
Look at the tempo increase from Casey Stevens over here. I like what she's looking at in terms of the internal count that she has. Her strokes are getting sharper. She's looking for that finishing surge. She knows there's only a couple minutes left in this one.
Her splits right now continue to be sub 31 seconds. Gabby McKee in lane 5 has the second fastest splits on average over the last 5 lengths, and with those, she has now moved into second position.
Gabby McKee was waiting to make her move. She might make a move for second place, but Couture seems to be falling behind. That could be a result of her trying to pace too much with Stevens. Stevens knowing that she has a little more left in the tank for this final surge.
So Stevens still leads with 200 yards to go. In second is McKee, with Couture sitting in third at this point. Still in fourth is Conley, all the way up there in lane 7. And you can see how the water gets a little bit more disturbed at the bottom and at the top of your picture. Stevens still another split, sub 31. McKee the fastest again, 30.71. Conley third fastest as they go to wall, 30.83. Couture at 31.4 that time around.
We talk about the wave, Vinny, that goes back and forth to the pool. And at this stage of the game, it is hitting every swimmer, but you have to be able to push through it. The counters for each team who are kneeling down at the deck, when they hit those red rectangles, you have to go. You have to be able to push through whatever turbulence is sitting in the water. Casey Stevens is picking up her feet here. You see the white water coming from her as she goes in the wall. She's letting her legs carry her. She's pacing when to glide, and she's pacing when to let her stroke pull her through the middle of the pool.
Again, the split from Gabby McKee, the fastest in the pool as she tries to close the gap. The senior from Gilbertsville, Pennsylvania, finished 4th in this event last year and 16th in this event last year as well, looking to improve that position drastically. Right now, she's in the second position, and right now the Bobcat also trying to fend off a push from Audrey Conley in lane 7, who's got a 30.88 split last time around, second fastest in the pool.
Here comes the official with the cowbell at lane 4 for Casey Stevens. But look at Gabby McKee in lane 5. She's making her push. She knows this is her last chance to pull ahead of Stevens.
Swim official Mike Poocher, native of the wonderful town of Tonawanda, my hometown as well, rings the bell, and down and back they go. Still in the lead is Casey Stevens, the Miami, Ohio Redhawk.
Gabby McKee's got a faster pace, but Stevens might have too much of a lead.
Halfway to the wall, Casey Stevens. She will hold off her challengers and victorious with a gold medal in the 1650 free. 16:45.72. The fastest time in the Mid-American Conference this year. And the sophomore has put herself on the top of the podium with a gold medal from Miami, Ohio.
That was a masterclass performance in distance swimming from Casey Stevens. Perfect pacing, perfect patience, and a dominant final push to the wall. If you were looking over at Gabby McKee, she had a little bit faster of a pacing and a stroke as you look here on the replay, but Casey Stevens had built enough of a lead. She had earned the lead previously in this event that all she needed was that last push to the wall to claim gold.
Something else to note, as you see here, her triumphant final touch did not lap any other swimmer, so everyone was able to stay with the same wall touch spacing, if you will, as a big, well-deserved hug between the two competitors, one from Ball State and the other from Miami, Ohio, and the sophomore of the Redhawks will give Miami, Ohio their second gold medal of these championships so far, and the Milwaukee, Wisconsin native improves on her 7th place finish in this event last year, and by 6 spots she now reigns supreme in the 1650 free in the Mid-American Conference. And what a showing it was, as Eastern Michigan takes the first spot in the 1650 free secondary heat. And here Oz in position 9, Pottinger from Ball State 10 in time. Karen Austin in lane 11. Lindsay Creek from Toledo finishes 12th. Lourdes Manderfield from Bowling Green 13th. Melissa Blaine from Ohio 14th. Ashley George 15th. And Morgan Hoffmeister the last of 3 Eastern Michigan Eagles from 9th to 16th position, getting good points for Eastern Michigan. She finished in the 16th spot, 17-27-75, just a mere 3/10 behind Ashley George, her teammate, finishing 1 position ahead of her.
And we're taking a look at that 10th spot for McKenna Pottinger. Even though she finished 10th and not in the top 8, even though she competed in the A final, that still will go down as the 8th best scoring time. If you earn the right at the MAC championships to be in that A final, you cannot finish any worse than 8th. An interesting scenario because there was no preliminary morning race this morning for the 1650, but even though Pottinger goes down as the 10th fastest time, that will earn her 8th place points for Ball State.
So with 3 Eastern Michigan Eagles, Derek Perkins, their head coach, now in his 6th season with Eastern Michigan, spent some time with some powerhouse programs. He was an associate head coach at Kentucky from 2011 to 2019, and in 2011 was named the collegeswimming.com Rising Assistant Coach of the Year and won 2 national championships in 05 and 06 with Emory, with 12 national champion swimmers and 4 championship relays. Trying to build this Eastern Michigan program back up to where it was just a couple seasons ago, where he and the Eagles able to capture a couple of golds, largely thanks to the performance of Delaney Duncan back in 2019, who of course was awarded the most outstanding senior award that season.
And people may have tuned in early as we did show the first 2 finals for the 1650, but some impressive performance from those Eastern Michigan Eagles. Like you mentioned, Nahir Oz is a freshman and Morgan Hoffmeister only a sophomore. A bright future in this distance event for the Eastern Michigan Eagles.
So to go over the top 8, Casey Stevens finishes 16:45.72, but as they award the podium finishes here, Elise McCall from Buffalo comes in the 8th position, 17:09.47. Callie Tuma finishes 7th from Ball State, 17:05.2. Anna McGrath from Ohio, 17:03.35. And so Samantha Pitter presenting the awards here for the 1650 free after Stevens wins. So McGrath, that swimmer that I think, to your point here, Michael, she was in the 2nd heat and ultimately with no prelims, ultimately I believe maybe different than the previous events, ultimately making that decision earlier as we, like you said, rely for those 2 heats, all times qualifying for the top 8. And so McGrath ends in the 6th spot for Ohio. So 2 Bobcats inside the top 6. Ava Cunningham from Buffalo, 17:01.69 for Cunningham, as the junior improves on her best time by 12 seconds. Audrey Conley from Miami, Ohio, just outside the medal spots, but 2 good finishes for Miami, Ohio, 16:50.48 for Conley. And now, looking at all those top 4 spots, those are 4 of the top 5 best finishes and times in this event so far this season. Al Couture from Akron getting a bronze medal here, 16:49.73. And Gabby McKee in that silver medal spot, 16:48.98.
And that's a very impressive performance for the Bobcats. You saw El Couture throughout that race hand in hand with Casey Stevens. You thought she might have been a lock for that silver medal position. But as we looked at the standings earlier, it's impactful that Gabby McKee was able to finish ahead of the Akron Zip. That's going to be really pivotal for the standings at the end of today.
So Casey Stevens gets the gold medal. And after receiving her congratulations, her head coach gives her a big hug. And a well-earned gold medal it was, as Casey Stevens, the sophomore, seems like she'll be a force to be reckoned with in the long-distance freestyle events for a time here in the Mid-American Conference. She's already been in the top 8 of this event now twice in her career, and just in her 2nd attempt at it at the Division I level, she is a conference champion. So 1 event in the books. Casey Stevens able to capture that gold medal. Second of Miami, Ohio, which is now the second most by a team this week. As we now make the switch and head over to the 200-yard backstroke. As the consolation final ready to kick off here. We already saw a very impressive backstroke race just about 24 hours ago. And now another one here as swimmers in the water for what should be a much quicker event. And off we go. In lane 1, Abby Melmstrom from Buffalo. 2:01:02, Julia Mauder in lane 2 from Akron. Vivian Roy from Buffalo in lane 3. Olivia Owens from Ball State in lane 4. The freshman, the best seeded time in the consolation final at 1:59:41. Maddie Bachmeyer from Miami, Ohio, 1:59:59. With Juliana Slaninka, Jenna Halliday and Emily McNichol rounding out the field here in the B final of the 200-yard backstroke.
And yesterday, Vinny, we were treated to a very exciting 100-yard backstroke. But differently is the 200 is a more tactical approach. You can't go out too fast, but you need to be able to build enough of a lead. Backstroke is a very hard stroke to gain ground in. So getting a big lead early is important, but you can't die out. Technique has to be above everything else. Important technique is what carries backstrokers to wins.
Right now, Julia Mauder from Akron leads in lane 2, 57:57. As she's halfway through, still in the lead as they go to the back wall. And second is Jenna Halliday from Miami, Ohio in lane 7. So almost all the way to the outside right now are the advantages.
This is going to be a huge underwater push here. These extra dolphin kicks can make or break the race for these swimmers that are in the middle of the pool.
Neck and neck. But Mauder touching first in lane 2. Halliday 1:29:01 at the touch. Melmstrom and McNichol, the only ones above 1:30 right now. Here they go with the turn. Mauder in the lead in lane 2 in the consolation final. Halliday trying to hold on to second, and at the wall, 1:59:41. But 1:59:32 is the winning time. Julia Mauder, the win for Akron. Halliday does end second. She had the fastest split of the two. Juliana Slaninka from Ohio, 30.21. And Maddie Bachmeyer with a big kick, 20.86 from lane 5. But it's not quite enough as the Zips take position number 9 here in the first spot in the consolation final.
Take a look at this replay, Vinny. What's super impressive about Mauder's ability is in backstroke, you have a really unique final stroke. You have to be able to throw your last hand back and dolphin kick to the wall. And in a race that close, that was the difference maker.
So the B final ultimately captured in lane 2 for Julia Mauder. And now, we get ready for the parade of finalists for the 200 backstroke. So far this season, Maddie Gatrall from Akron, the fastest recorded time in the MAC prior to the prelims this morning, 1:53:90. However, Gatrall's name not on the list in the A final here today. So the fastest seated swimmer, Krishna Bazudenhoit from Miami, Ohio, 1:55:61. Almost ready to go for the 200 backstroke.
Here are your championship finalists for the women's 200-yard backstroke.
Starting things off in lane number 1, a sophomore from Ohio University, a seed time of 1:59.17 for Mel Schweikert. Just next to her, the freshman from Miami, Ohio, one of 4 Redhawks in this A final. Seeds 1:59.03 does Piper Prince. Angelina Cackles in lane 3, also from Miami, Ohio, the senior, seeds 1:56.5. And the aforementioned highest seeded swimmer, also from Miami, Ohio, the sophomore, Kristen Bezudenhout, 1:55.61. The senior, Mia Nacarella, who captured silver the last time we had a backstroke event in this pool just yesterday. She seeds 1:56.05. Ella Zeigert from Miami, Ohio, another sophomore, seeds 1:56.72 with Rebecca Reed from Akron, 1:59.13, the only zip in this A final, something that we haven't had a chance to say a lot this week. And Morgan Brown rounds things out in lane 8, the junior from the Ohio Bobcats, seeds 1:59.3.
Well, Vinny, if yesterday's 100 backstroke is anything to tell us about the 200 backstroke in front of us, we're in for a very exciting one. Mia Nacarella of the Buffalo Bulls stole second place in the 100 backstroke yesterday. We expect her to come out in that first 100 back very quickly. Taking a look at some of the prelim times, mind you, they didn't actually race against each other, but Mia Nacarella's prelim time throughout the first 100 yards was faster than Christina Bezudenhout's 100 time. Of course, Bezudenhout comes in as the fastest seed, but I wouldn't be surprised to see this one be a close one between Mia Nacarella and Christina Bezudenhout.
Angelina Cackles in lane 3, the senior appearing in the championship final in this event for the 4th consecutive time. Also will be a name to keep an eye on as the senior from Downers Grove, Illinois, finished in 6th place at the max in the 100 backstroke each of the last 3 years and was 4th in this event each of the last 2 years while finishing 7th her first year in 2022. Mia Nacarella, the loudest ovation thus far here in the 200 backstroke. Bronze in this event last year for Nacarella. And she'll have the 2 fastest swimmers just off to her right when we get started in a couple moments. Zeigert, another sophomore from Miami, Ohio, just to her left. She was the gold medal winner last year in the 100 fly, and an impressive performance as a freshman in the butterfly, and another one of those swimmers that you'll likely see in those IM races for the majority of her career. And the Roanoke, Indiana native Morgan Brown in lane 8, 8th all time in Bobcats history, the 200 backstroke time. She hops into the water with the 7 other student athletes looking to win gold here in the 200-yard backstroke. MAC record 1:52.43, set back in 2016 by Veronica Goreca. Pool record 1:54.45. And based on the seed times here today, that one might be another one of those pool records that we could see broken. After the first 25, things still even, but Nacarella right now looks to be in the lead. As you mentioned, a faster first 100 split. Evidence of that right now, as now after the first 50, they make that second turn. In lane 6, Zeigert from Miami, Ohio right now seems to be inching out to the lead, as do the 2 competitors in lanes 7 and 8, Rebecca Reed and Morgan Brown.
Well, Vinny, at the championship level, the 200-yard submarine, the 200-yard backstroke is all about the underwater kicks. The underwater kicks are what's promoting Bezudenhout and her ability to get through the water without having to take a single stroke.
Huge underwater phase from Bezuidenhout, who now propels herself to the lead. She emerges first and farthest again as they go to the wall once more here on the near side of the pool.
Watch for the tempo change as we hit the last 75. This is where the leaders are going to make their move. They want to give themselves that perfect lead going into the last 25.
Right now, it's Bezuidenhout leading Nacarella and Zeigert, but keep an eye on Cackles as they make their last turn on the left side of the pool. Nacarella's position in second right now, just narrowly being held on to by the senior from the Bulls. Last turn at the wall, 50 to go. Bezuidenhout still leads. Can Nacarella hold off Cackles or Zeigert? Bezuidenhout stretching to the wall. First, second, and third will be in lanes 4, 3, and 5. Bezuidenhout with the win, 154.59. Nacarella again captures silver, 155.28. And Angelina Cackles from Miami, Ohio rounds out the medal winners, 155.49.
As we watched that last underwater going into the last 25, I worried for a little bit about Bezuidenhout. She came up earlier than the rest of the competitors, but what didn't matter was her technique. Even though it was the last 25, you're going to see here on the replay, she comes up first. But her technique, as her arms are burning, stays strong. And her strong arm pulls all the way down, shooting at her pinky toes, is what keeps her propelled through the water for the win.
The fastest split of the last 50, 28.72 by Cackles in lane 3. The second fastest, Nacarella in lane 5, 29.01. 14 hundredths faster than the leader, and was able to pull herself within a second of the winning time. Same can be said for Cackles, who finished 1/10 shy of a second behind the leader, and good races from the top 3 finishers. And another impressive medal win for the experienced swimmer from the Buffalo Bulls, who right now it seems like she's using the comfort inside her home pool to her advantage.
Certainly. 2 silver medals for Mia Nacarella is nothing to cry about. But what's really impressive is how the Miami Redhawks have approached the first 2 events of today. Bezuidenhout was so close to the pool record set in 2020 by Bowling Green's Daisy Platts. She comes just close to it, but certainly as a sophomore, she'll have plenty of more opportunities to break other pool records throughout her MAC career.
Some of the sounds you're hearing as the medals almost ready to be awarded here for the winners, the 200 back. That's the divers getting warmed up just to our right. Their 3-meter diving finals set to get started later tonight. It'll be the penultimate event of our 2025 Mid-American Conference Swimming and Diving Championships. Before we end things off the same way we started, with a relay.
Only 3 more individual events before we turn our attention to the diving well just to the right of us. It's going to be a really exciting one. The 3-meter never disappoints. And if yesterday's consolation final is going to give us any preview, those were only the 9th through 16th best divers. We're in for a treat with the 1st through 8th.
Big hugs on the pool deck here, just outside the large body of water and the volume at the Dorsey Reynolds competition pool. 750,000 gallons of water inside the competition pool here. It's getting its use out of it this week. Final results in the women's 200 backstroke. Morgan Brown from Ohio, 2 minutes and 35 hundredths. Piper Prince from the Red Hawks. 4 Red Hawk swimmers in the 200 backstroke final. Prince finishes 159.9. Rebecca Reed, the only Akron Zip, slides in 6th. Her time 159.41. Mel Schweikert, meanwhile, from Ohio, the second Bobcat in this final, 158.98. She ends 5th. And Ella Zeigert, just outside the medal winners, 3 Redhawks in the top 4. Zeigert 156.96. With the bronze medal going to Angelina Cackles, 155.49. A big cheer, I have a feeling, is coming here.
Our silver medalist from the University of Buffalo, Mia Navarro.
Mia Nacarella takes an opportunity to congratulate each of her fellow 200 back competitors that have already made it to the podium. And another silver medal to add to her collection.
4.59 seconds from Miami University, Krishna
Zendenhout gets the gold. And another Miami, Ohio gold medal here on day 4 of the Max Swimming and Diving Championships.
And Benny, as we take a look at the podium for the 200-yard backstroke, you can see the emotion in these swimmers' faces. This race featured 3 seniors, all from 3 different schools. So as they go down the line and hug their fellow teammates, they know that this might have been the last time they swam in the water competitively. And when you're a competitive swimmer, you don't know, or at least feel the weight of your last race until you've already swam it. You don't think about that as you're getting ready to get in the water. You're thinking about how you can compete. So it's not until you get out of the water and it finally hits you that this could have been your last competitive race. An absolutely great performance from the senior Mia Nacarella, senior Angelina Cackles, and Rebecca Reed.
Well-earned podium spots for the veteran student athletes who have dedicated their collegiate careers to representing each of their institutions at this meet and elsewhere across the country. As Zendenhout, a sophomore from Wake Forest, North Carolina, improves on her 8th place finish in this event last year and moves all the way to the top of the podium, similarly to the event we just saw in that 1650 with Casey Stevens, also from the Red Hawks, moving up from 7th to 1st.
Back-to-back impressive performances for sophomores from the University of Miami, Ohio.
This is our consolation final, Mr. Referee.
Now a fast one, the 100-yard freestyle. In the water, lane 1, Helena Lalkovich, Julia Wachter in lane 2, Dominika Kasakausa in lane 3, Anna Keene lane 4, Aslan Holder lane 5, Jenny Sleggers in lane 6, Emma Luttrell lane 7, and Marley Christie in lane 8. 2 Eastern Michigan Eagles at the top of the pool here in the B final of the 100-yard freestyle. Almost 50 yards through, and right now in the lead in lane 4 is Anna Keene from Ball State, 23.75, her first split.
Similar to the 50-yard free, Vinny, there is no room for mistakes in the 100-yard freestyle. It's about pure speed.
Lane 5, Aslan Holder with the lead from Akron after 75. Can she hold on to it through the last stretch? Meanwhile, a push coming from Kasakausa in lane 3. And at the wall first, it'll be Aslan Holder from Akron, 49.36, to take the top spot in the B final of the 100 free. Holder touches first at 49.36. Anna Keene falls in just behind a streaking Kasakausa from the Zips, 49.83. Her final time, 49.89. The time for Keene to round out the top 3 spots in this B final. Everyone else in the field above the 50-second plateau, if you will. 50.57 by Wachter in lane 2. 50.74 for Luttrell in lane 7, and a tie for the next spot, 50.78 for both Lalkovich and Sleggers.
And I mentioned the difference and similarities that the 50 free has at this event, but the biggest difference is that it has to be a battle of explosiveness and efficiency. What you saw in that final leg was efficient fast strokes from Holder that was able to get her down the pool and get her to touch first.
where everyone in that B final was seated above 50 seconds. Everyone in this A final is seated faster than it. Each time, sub 50 seconds here in the A final of the 100-yard freestyle. That's not going to give us a lot of time to set up some of these storylines, but ultimately, two of the fastest swimmers, unsurprisingly maybe, come from the Ohio Bobcats program. 3 Akron Zips, though, also in the field. 1 Red Hawk and 1 Cardinal round out the field for the 100 free.
I think the one thing people need to know about this event, Vinny, is the absolutely stacked lineup we have in front of us in the lane assignments. Just now, going into today, there are 24 different medals spread across the ladies who are participating in this event. 9 of them are gold medals. This event is going to feature some of the MAC's best.
In lane 1 from Miami, Ohio, another sophomore. And if you haven't noticed, I've said sophomore and Miami, Ohio a lot today, just signaling the promising future that seems to be for head coach Samantha Pitter in her first season for the Red Hawks. Something to mention, too, they went in today closely behind in that 3rd spot in the standings. We'll take a look at what that looks like later. But ultimately, her bet right now times 49.66 after prelims. In lane 2, Adriana Swabinska from Akron, the junior, 49.56. With her teammate and freshman Felicia Clinton-Mar in lane 3, 49.46 for the rookie. Now, a name that we have said a lot and you will likely hear a lot in international swimming competition and here in the MAC, Zita Zoki. She will be in lane 4. The Ohio Bobcat broke the record already. Her seat time, 47.84. And she right now is just 7/10 off of an NCAA A qualifying time. We'll see what more she can cut down in this event. Caroline Dunnigan, the grad student from the Bobcats, will be in the lane just next to her, 49.27 for Dunnigan. Peyton Kelly, who tied with Zoki in the 50 free to share the gold medal and become co-champions. She'll be in lane 6, 49.53 for her. And Maddie Padovic will be in lane 7. Madeline Padovic has already captured a gold medal as well here in these championships. The first of now 3 for Miami, Ohio, the senior, 49.59. And Hannah Trainer, the junior from Akron, 49.69, ends the field.
I'm glad you mentioned the NCAA A cut, Vinny. Zita Zoki finished 26 overall in this event at the 2024 NCAA Championships. She's already made a provisional B cut, but how impressive would it be for an athlete from the Mid-American Conference to get a coveted A cut? Those A cuts are meant for swimmers from the conferences such as the ACC or the SEC. So for Zita Zoki to get an A cut right here in this pool would be impactful for the conference. Peyton Kelly stands out to me too. She was the only finalist to gain time from her prelim time this morning. She's going to need a better approach if she's going to have a similar finish to what she did in her co-champion winning 50 freestyle.
The silver medalist in the 200 free, Peyton Kelly, the junior from Calgary, won 15 events this season. Already a 2024 MAC first teamer and an All-MAC second team selection in 2023. A 5-time swimmer of the week that season, and this year before she was a co-champion, she was a co-MAC swimmer of the week in week 9. She's got program records in 6 different events: the 50 free, the 100 free, the 200 free, the 200 free relay, the 400 free relay, and the 800 free relay. Her name is going to be alongside those Ball State swimmers, best swimmers of all time for quite some time, I have a feeling, for the program from Muncie, Indiana. But all eyes right now on Zita Zoki, who shared that gold medal with Kelly in the 50 free. Zoki in lane 4, looking to set the record again.
Remember, Vinny, in the 100-yard freestyle, the first 50 is all about setting up the race. You want to be fast but controlled. The second 50 is where the best sprinters are going to take over. I look to see what Zita Zoki does in 4.
She jumps out to a lead after the first 25, and after 50, at the feet, she's at the wall, 22.78. Dunnigan, her teammate in lane 5, touched second. Right now it seems like it might be Peyton Kelly who's taken over that runner-up spot for now. Zoki has now extended her lead to a body's length, and Zita Zoki charging to the finish. Zita Zoki, can she set the record again? 47.89 will be what she crosses at, just 500th slower than she was seated at. Her name goes as the MAC record regardless, and Zita Zoki again earns herself a MAC gold medal.
It's kind of ironic that we're talking about this performance from Zita Zoki as a rather disappointing one. She wasn't able to beat her prelim times, but look how fast she was compared to the other swimmers. She had enough time to touch the wall and look around. So while it is a bit of a disappointing finish for Zita Zoki compared to her prelim times, an incredibly impactful finish that means everything for gold.
Padovic, meanwhile, slots into the second spot at 49.28 after Kelly crosses 48.82. So Kelly again will be right next to Zoki on the podium, with Padovic being the next fastest swimmer. And Miami, Ohio again grabbing some important points here as they look to charge back ahead. And Zita Zoki, now she did not grab that A-cut time, but ultimately has now put herself again, as she has already done so many times, amongst the best in the Mid-American Conference.
And what an interesting and versatile performance from Madeline Padovic. Keep in mind, she came into yesterday's 100 backstroke as the second seeded team. She won the prelims and earned the right to race for gold, which she did win yesterday in a completely different stroke, the 100-yard backstroke. In today, she came from the outside to grab that silver medal. An incredible versatile and incredibly uphill battle for Madeline Padovic with her seeding to be able to win a silver and a gold.
Something to note too, ultimately it was Dunnigan who was hanging on to a spot inside the top 3 for the majority of that race, and the splits had Kelly and then Padovic as the second and third fastest on that last 50-yard stretch. And as a result, that was good enough for them to make the pass and put themselves inside that spot.
Well, sorry, go ahead, Vinny.
From 16th to 9th, they're just going to read out the final standings here. Marley Christie, Helena Lalkovich, Janny Slegers, Emma Luttrell, Julia Wachter, finishing things out with Ashlyn Holder, like we mentioned, crossing line first with Anna Keene and Dominica Casacausa, finishing second and third respectively, as we're now ready to present the podium finishers here in the 100 free. Hannah Trainer finishes 8th with a 49.85 time. Kaylin Herbett touched just a 100th before, 49.84 to win the race for 7th. Adriana Stravinska from Akron crosses at 49.8, and 2/10 before her, Felicia Clinton-Mar touches the fastest Akron swimmer in the 100 free, 49.6 seconds for her. Caroline Dunnigan from Ohio finishes 4th, 49.39. And Madeline Padovic earns the bronze, 49.28.
Very impressive start to day 4 of the MAC championships for the Redhawks. A little disappointing for the Bobcats. They are vying for all the points they need to make that push towards Akron. You really would have liked to see Caroline Dunnigan get a top 3 finish here.
It's interesting because you look at the bottom here, Herbett and Trainer finish just 100th apart. Only 1100ths separated Padovic and Dunnigan, but ultimately, in a race as quick as that, Padovic ultimately able to earn that bronze, and earn it indeed she does. Now a couple more medals for her. Peyton Kelly the same, another silver for the Ball State Cardinal, 48.82 her final time. And the swimmer who will absolutely be in contention for the MAC Swimmer of the Year award given out later tonight. Zita Zoki earns another gold medal.
Well, she's already been deserving of first-team All-MAC honors. I'm curious to see who does end up coming with that coveted MAC Swimmer this season. But you have to be so excited about Zita Zoki's chance at the 2025 NCAA Championships, which will be in Federal Way, Washington, just outside of Seattle. Last year, she was Ohio's first NCAA qualifier since 2014, and she set 3 program records at that trip down to Georgia. I'm really excited to see what she does as she makes a provisional B cut in this event.
The sophomore from Hodomezov Harley, Hungary, swimming with the Hungarian Swimming Federation and now with Ohio. Quite frankly, putting her name amongst the best in conference history. And I'll just read off some of her accomplishments even before this week. So she was the gold medal winner in the 200 free last year in the MAC championships. She won silver in the 100 free and bronze in the 50 free. The first NCAA qualifier for Ohio since 2014. MAC Freshman Swimmer of the Year, All MAC First Teamer, and a school record holder in the 50 free, 100 free, 200 free, as well as being on the record holding 400 free and 800 free relay teams and the 400 medley relay team. There is not much that she has not yet accomplished within that program, and now ultimately setting her sights on success at the NCAA level.
And she's just a sophomore, Vinny.
A lot of gas left in the tank for Zita Zoki. Now the 200 breaststroke finals. So for the first time in these MAC championships, we've gone 3 events without the Akron Zips winning a gold medal. We've got 2 from Miami, Ohio, and 1 from Ohio. And now in event number 4, we've got our B final with Julia Offman in lane 1, Abby Zadorsky in lane 2, Edie Sawyer from the Bobcats will be in lane 3, Natalie Gilson in lane 4 with the fastest time in this B final here, Grace Perlberg, lane 5, Kendall Craig, lane 6 from Akron, Claire Cox in lane 7, also from the Zips, and Laura Wright from Ball State in lane 8.
And Vinny, we just got talking about a very impressive sophomore in the Mid-American Conference. But this B final has some incredible sophomores as well. I'm looking at 4 sophomores that are competing. Those are some young underclassmen that are getting that early experience. Even though it's just a B final, it's always impactful when you get the chance to swim at these things. You learn from every stroke you take, every event you end up completing. So getting events in early as an underclassman is super impactful. So Offman for Ball State, Gilson for Miami, Ohio, Perlberg for Bowling Green, and Claire Cox for Akron. This is some unmatched experience they're getting here.
Still stretching the back wall right now. In the lead in lane 7 is Claire Cox. She'll touch first. Natalie Gilson shortly behind in lane 4. Big push though in lane 4 from Gilson. She now looks to have retaken the lead as Cox right now in lane 7 trying to fend off Kendall Craig, her teammate, and Grace Perlberg from Bowling Green right now in lane 5, making things interesting as well. Gilson still in the lead as they touch on the left side.
Natalie Gilson really taking advantage of the underwater pull down you get in the breaststroke. She's letting that start her tempo. Her tempo has not changed this entire race so far. I want to see what she has left in this last 25.
Good push in lane 6 from Craig. And now she holds on to that second position through the last 25. Here comes Perlberg as well as she tries to charge back in the top 2. But as they go back to the wall in lane 4, it's going to be Gilson who touches first. 2:15.12 and 0.08 of a second later, Kendall Craig will come in the second spot. 2:15.2 seconds. And not too long behind, is that another dead even tie I see between Claire Cox and Grace Perlberg? 2:16.13 for each of those 2 swimmers who ultimately look like they're going to tie for the 3rd spot.
Your eyes do not deceive you, Vinny. And keep in mind, Akron's coming in today knowing that they don't need to win every gold medal. They need to be able to rack up those consolation placements. And even in the A and B final, it doesn't matter if you don't get the gold medal. So a nice performance from Craig and Cox there to be able to put Akron up in the standings through some consolation placements.
as we get ready for the 200 breaststroke finals. The team with the most top 10 pre-prelim ranked swimmers in breaststroke events was Ohio with 7. Next was Akron with 6, and Miami, Ohio third with 5. Akron did have the most top 20 ranked swimmers in the pre-prelim rankings. They had 12 overall. Ohio second with 9. Miami, Ohio third with 8 in the top 20 in breaststroke races. Now the parade of finalists in the 200-yard breaststroke. That'll see a freshman leading things off in lane 1. Madeline Bosler from Akron, seated 2:16.49. And then, sort of like what I was just mentioning, and the Bobcats' propensity for success in those breaststroke races, 4 straight Ohio swimmers in lanes 2 through 5. Raf Anglade, the senior, seated 2:16.43 in lane 2. Julia Strine will be in lane 3. Another senior for the Bobcats, she's seated 2:14.86. Cassidy DeBetta, who we've already seen have success in this week's championships, will be the highest seeded swimmer. The junior, 2:11.48, her prelim time. And Emily Ellsworth, the last Bobcat in the A final today. The junior seeds 2:14.76. Grace Ryder, the sophomore from Buffalo, will be in lane 6, 2:15.53. And Emma Schuler, the senior from Miami, Ohio, the only Red Hawk in the A final. She's seated 2:16.46, with Ava Vial from Bowling Green, the grad student, rounding out the field 2:16.61.
Well, Vinny, it's incredibly impressive to look at our tombstone graphic and see so many Ohio Bobcat logos, but they deserve to be here. Raf Anglade dropped more than 4 seconds this morning in her preliminary 200-yard breaststroke to be able to earn the right to be in this A final. When we take a look at Cassie DeBetta, she is chasing history. She is looking to be the first MAC swimmer to take both the 100 and the 200-yard breaststroke in back-to-back years since Ball State's Bridget Rule did it in 2013 and 2014. She is the gold standard for MAC breaststroke, and she's chasing history in this one today.
DeBetta, like I mentioned, seated at 2:11.48. Her fastest time before the championships was 2:11.73, which she set back on November 24th. That was the highest, of course, of the season, and she maintained that ranking throughout the entirety of the year. She gives a nice wave to the crowd. Maddie Bosler, the second fastest of the regular season at 2:13.44. Bosler, 2:16.49, only her seed time right now from the prelims. Did drop a couple seconds there. Emily Ellsworth, the third fastest with Kendall Craig, the fourth fastest time in the 200 breaststroke. Julia Strine rounding out the top 5, which went Ohio, Akron, Ohio, Akron, Ohio. And then Claire Cox comes in 6th. Another Akron swimmer, her fastest regular season time, 2:17.1. Claire Cox, like we mentioned, in that B final, based on prelim times. And so now an opportunity here again for the Bobcats to try to make things interesting here. Not only do they have 4 swimmers in the event, they have the 3 fastest seed times in lanes 4, 5, and 3.
Well, the Bobcats championship hopes could come down to this event. If they can go 1, 2, and 3, they'll have a very strong push as we go into our last 2 individual events of the night.
Emma Schuler, first time in this championship final. And a 5th-year swimmer will be all the way up in lane 8, looking to get some points for Bowling Green State University. Ava Vial. Last time she placed in the top 16, 2022, she was 11th. 2:02.27 in the 200 breaststroke. And up they go, and the chants start. 175 yards left Bit of a stretch there to the wall for DeBetta in lane 4, but a great push the other way. And they remain underwater almost halfway through the pool, emerging right now in the top 2 spots. 2 Ohio Bobcats, Cassie DeBetta and Julia Strine.
And the reason, Vinny, why Cassie DeBetta has been so dominant in breaststroke in the Mid-American Conference is her ability to keep the same tempo throughout whatever length of breaststroke she's swimming. She doesn't let the pressure of the people swimming next to her get to her. You're going to watch her in lane 4. She's going to keep the same tempo almost the entire time until that last leg where everyone lets it all out. But she's not going to let the pressure of the swimmers in lane 3 and 5 get to her. She's going to keep that timing throughout the whole 200 yards.
Now, just over a minute in, DeBetta leads. Fastest split as well by about a half a second. Ellsworth in second, Julia Strine in third right now, and it is Bobcats right now taking the top 3 positions. Don't look now, but Ava Vial in lane 8 right now, currently swimming 4th.
Vial dropped 3 seconds from her prelims time to get inside this A final. This is a grad student who could be making her last competitive swim appearance. She's going to make it worth it.
DeBetta touches at 1:36.07. 50 to go. Vial charging in lane 8. She's making a push now for a medal spot. DeBetta with 25 to go. In second right now is Strine. A small advantage right now for Ellsworth in 5th, but Vial pushing right now in that top lane. Who's got more juice? And does Strine have something for DeBetta? Back to the wall, and the Bobcats will take positions 1 and 2. Can Vial beat to the line? Ellsworth 2:15.38. Vial 2:15.25. And it is Ava Vial who comes in the 3rd spot, a bronze medal for the grad student from Bowling Green. She beats out Ellsworth by just 0.13 of a second. DeBetta's winning time, sub 2:11, 2:10.99.
That was a gutsy performance from Ava Vial all the way in lane 8. I talked about her time in the prelim. She had to claw and fight to even be in this A final. The 200-yard breaststroke is a stroke that rewards patience and precision, and that's exactly what Vial does. Look all the way in lane 8 on this replay. Her ability to time her strokes perfectly and stay in stride is what is going to be able to give her her podium finish. What a gutsy performance from Vial for Bowling Green State University.
And while Ohio is able to nab positions 1, 2, and 4, the Falcons playing a bit of spoiler there and robbing a couple of points from the Bobcats, as Vial's impressive performance stops Ohio from sweeping those medal-winning spots and from getting those crucial points that ultimately they will need to try to close the gap on the Zips here today.
Yeah, that was a huge moment for the Bobcats, and you can't help but feel like they left some points on the table there. Not to get ahead of ourselves, we are moving into the 200-yard butterfly, where you expect to see Akron's Abby Daniel take this meet over and close it out. They really needed to go 1, 2, and 3 there. An absolute spoiler for the Bowling Green Falcons, all the way from lane 8.
Right now, Akron had more swimmers inside the top 20, almost double that of any other program. They had 12 in the regular season, put up top 20 times, and 9 of those times were in the top 10 of all butterfly events. The next closest in butterfly events was a tie for the top 10 positions. Ball State, Bowling Green, Buffalo, Miami, Ohio, and Ohio all just had 2 swimmers across the top 10 in every other event. That just goes to show you how many positions were filled up by the Akron Zips in those fly events. But we will see if their success continues to fare as well as it has for the majority of the regular season when we get ready for the butterfly in a couple of moments. Until then, we of course have the all-important medal presentation and podium finisher celebration here for our 200-yard breaststroke. And as of this point, now through 4 events, two teams have split the 4 available gold medals, Miami of Ohio and Ohio, alternating so far, as Miami, Ohio took the first 2, and the Bobcats of Ohio taking the last 2.
We looked at the standings earlier in the day. Akron did have a huge lead coming in, but these last couple events have really put the pressure on them. Luckily for the Akron Zips, the last 2 events are events that they are projected to have the fastest seeded time, but you still need to go out there and perform. We should be in for a very fascinating finish, Vinny.
Absolutely, we are. Emma Schuler finishes 8th, 2:17.73. Von Glade from Ohio comes in 7th, 2:16.71. Grace Ryder from Buffalo ends 6th, 2:16.17. With Madeline Bosler from Akron rounding out the top 5, 2:15.74. Emily Ellsworth just held on to that top 3, 2:15.38. Still a good swim from her. And Ava Vial, a big cheer from the Falcons, her teammates, and the fans in attendance here. She crosses 2:15.25 for the bronze. Julia Strine, the silver medal for the Bobcats. And Mason Norman, their head coach, presents that to her as she makes her way to the podium. Strine, the senior from Shippensburg, Pennsylvania, finished 4th in this event last year and was a second-team All-MAC selection. And Kathy DeBetta, the 2025 200 breaststroke MAC champion, will take the top of the podium, 2:10.99, which, mind you, is good for a new pool record.
That's also 3 seconds below the NCAA provisional B cut, which at that point you have to feel good about getting an invite to the NCAA championships if you can finish a couple seconds ahead of that B cut.
So DeBetta, the 100-yard breaststroke gold medalist, and a pool record set in that as well, 59.81. And now in the 200-yard breaststroke, a gold medal as well, 2:10.99, and another pool record. Once again, back-to-back gold medals for Ohio in events on those 2 days, as Zita Zoki and Cassie DeBetta swimming in back-to-back events, winning both of those events and earning a gold medal for the Bobcats, who are inching closer in the meantime to the Zips in the standings, but now is moving to the 200-yard butterfly, an event that Akron has plenty of talent in and plenty of depth in as well. An opportunity for them to try to put a stranglehold on the lead right now. Right now, Sydney Ulmer from Eastern Michigan in lane 1, Amanda Neeb lane 2 from Buffalo. Eastern Michigan's Olivia Clarino will be in lane 3. Nicole Aguilar in lane 4 for Buffalo. She's the highest seeded in the B final. Fabiana D'Ambrosio, Maddie Bachmeyer, Ashley Seago, and Maddie Schnelzer rounding out the field. D'Ambrosio from Bowling Green, Bachmeyer, Seago from Miami, Ohio, and Schnelzer, the 3rd Buffalo Bull in this B final. Looked like D'Ambrosio did not quite get off the blocks as quickly as everyone else did. And at the far wall, it looks like Maddie Schnelzer and Nicole Aguilar are the first 2 to touch. Schnelzer all the way up in lane 8 right now, and Aguilar in the middle of the pool right now for the Bulls, looking to get a top spot here in this B final. Aguilar, 3 individual times in the top 10 of program history, including in this event.
And remember, Vinny, the 200-yard butterfly has to be one of the most grueling events any swimmer can swim in the pool. Butterfly has to be one of the most physically demanding strokes. So in the 200-yard version of this race, it's all about who can hold their form the longest. We are, even at the greatest swimming level, we're going to see a breakdown of that form as the race goes on. So it's about getting a big start and having enough left in the tank to keep that technique up through the last 75 yards.
It was Aguilar with the advantage at the last touch. They have 100 to go. Now 75 as they go again. Originally, it may have looked like Schnelzer was in that second spot, and at one point she was actually leading, but her pace has dropped a little bit here. And now up in lane 8, she's underwater right now, trying to fight her way back in the top 2. She's not far off as we get into that last push. They're about to make the turn to the last 25. Aguilar still leads in second. D'Ambrosio, who's made her way back after being in last after the first 15 or so yards off the blocks. Aguilar right now winning the race back in the B final. In lane 3, Clarino from Eastern Michigan also making a push. Aguilar will touch first, 2:02.44. Ambrosio and Clarino the next two to touch. 0.03 of a second separate them, but Clarino is able to make the pass. D'Ambrosio able to finish in that third spot in the B final. And that will set positions 9, 10, and 11 in the 200 fly final. As you see here, Clarino and D'Ambrosio's push to ultimately cement themselves as the second and third swimmers to touch the wall in this B final of the 200-yard butterfly.
Yeah, and Nicole Aguilar found a different gear when she hit that last 75. She had a couple turns throughout the middle of it. I thought she might have floated, and I thought there was a chance for D'Ambrosio to really catch up to her. But Nicole Aguilar found a different gear going into that last 75 yards. Her pace was perfect, her form held up well, and that's exactly why she touched first in this B final.
And now the parade of finalists for the 200-yard butterfly final, which, like you mentioned, will feature this year's Most Outstanding Senior Award recipient, Abby Daniel, as the highest seeded swimmer.
One more time, ladies and gentlemen, here comes your championship final. Our finalists for the 200 butterfly.
A big ovation for the two Akron Zips in this 200-yard fly. Bowling Green will feature two swimmers in this final. The first will be Grace Bodrick, the junior seeded 2:03.88. She will be in lane number 1 for the Falcons. Bodrock, the junior out of Seven Hills, Ohio, finished 13th in this event each of the past 2 years. Next to her will be Bella Forsman, the freshman from Buffalo. She has shown incredible potential so far. The Broomfield, Colorado native was one of the fastest swimmers in the 100 fly, which we saw a bit earlier this week. Aaron Skapashevitz from Miami, Ohio, the senior, 2:02.03, just off to the side of Abby Daniel, the senior from Akron, who seeded 2 minutes and 5/100ths in lane 4. Skapakovich, the senior from Muskego, Wisconsin, a 3-time second-team All-MAC selection, 5th in this race in 2024. We've already talked about 3-time first-team All-MAC selection Abby Daniel at length, and she, of course, the favorite to win this race. Keep an eye, though, on the swimmer in lane 5, Alexa Von Holtz, the sophomore from Ball State. Von Holtz from Mexico, and in 7 individual wins this year, She was almost halfway to her total from last year, where she won 16 individual events in 2024. Already holds 7 of the top 10 times in program history in different events. Impressive for just a sophomore who comes in with her best time in this race this season, just under 2 minutes, and seated at 2:01.06 right now. Addie Sondland in lane 6, the freshman from Akron. Just the second of 3 freshmen in this race, 2:02.4 her seed time. And Karina Solera, the second Bowling Green Falcon, and the 3rd freshman in this race, seated at 2:03.37, with Leah Evans, again, the impressive sophomore from Toledo, rounding out the field with 2:04.11 seed time.
It does not get any better than this, Vinny. Our last individual event of the MAC Championships. Looking at how the day has gone for Akron so far, it hasn't been the greatest. They are pushed with their back to the wall. And their answer, Abby Daniel, the best swimmer you could have in this situation, to try to win them the 200-yard butterfly, which very well could win them the 2025 MAC Swim and Dive Championships with a great performance in this event.
Karina Solera has the 7th and 9th fastest times in Bowling Green Falcons history in the 100 and 200 butterfly respectively. That she accomplished at the Magnus Cup back in November. She also competed at the World Aquatic Swimming Championships in Budapest, Hungary in December, representing her native country of Costa Rica in both the 100 and 200 fly. So a top 2 time of all Costa Rican swimmers earned her a chance to compete on the international stage. Solera in lane 7, her teammate Grace Bodrick in lane 1, and the favorite Abby Daniel in lane 4. And we're off for what should be an exciting 200 fly. And Abby Daniel, unsurprisingly, jumps out to an early lead.
Look how fast Abby Daniel has already taken control of this race. I mentioned before this is a physically demanding stroke. Abby Daniel's ability to separate her lats from her traps and pull herself through the water with a powerful stroke in this first 50.
Daniel touches first after the first 50, 26:38. 26:96, the next best time, that belongs to Bella Forsman in lane 2. Right now she hangs on to the 2nd spot. And Addie Sondland from Akron currently swimming 3rd.
Bella Forsman took home a silver medal yesterday in the 400 IM, and she did it with a very powerful 100-yard butterfly in this. I like what she's been doing so far. Her underwaters have been good, but her turns are a little too floating.
Daniel still in the lead. She's extended that lead now to more than a second, 56:06. Forsman hanging on to the 2nd spot for the time being right now, but she's being pushed by Alexa Von Holtz from Ball State, who had a big push from lane 5. So Daniel has the lead. After that turn, it is going to be Von Holtz who's in 2nd, and right now, neck and neck for 3rd, looks to be Addie Sondland and Bella Forsman in lanes 6 and 2 respectively. Keep your eye on lane 3, and a big push from Sapakovic.
This is the red line moment, Vinny. Holding your technique while the lactic acid is burning. This is what separates the top finishers in this event.
Daniel, a full-length lead here over Von Holtz, who swims in 2nd. Abby Daniel looking for her 4th individual gold. She touches the wall. Von Holtz 2nd, and 3rd place will go in lane 3. Well earned from Sapakovic from Miami, Ohio. Akron again sits atop the podium. Her last split, 30.53, and her final time as she crossed the line will be another new record. The senior from Akron continues to celebrate her remarkable career. 156.67 for Abby Daniel, a new pool record, and well into the NCAA B qualifying time.
And Vinny, what's so terribly ironic about what we just watched is that in terms of Abby Daniel performances, that wasn't even her greatest of the season. Her fastest pre-prelims time was a 156.06 set back in January. She didn't come close to beating her own MAC record or her previous 2 MAC championship winning times, yet she still finished so far ahead of the rest of the competition. What might be a disappointing race for the Abby Daniels standard is still a first place finish by a wide margin.
And fittingly, the last individual event in the Dorsey Reynolds competition pool is one similarly to how we started things on day 2, with an Akron swimmer atop the podium. It was El Couture winning the 500-yard free back on Thursday to kick things off. And now, the parade finalists for the 3-meter diving finals, we turn our attention off to the right. The order in which we will dive for the women's 3-meter diving championship here inside the Alumni Arena Natatorium. Presley Dorsett from Buffalo will go first. Stephanie Balthazar from Ohio will dive second. Elizabeth Noble from Akron will dive third. Sophie Maywison from Buffalo dives fourth. Not the last Buffalo Bulls name you'll hear. That's only the second, and I'll give you a bit of a spoiler. There's still 2 more to read. Meg Lupa from Eastern Michigan will be diving fifth, 4th highest seeded diver after the scores in the prelims. Kaylee Donovan from Buffalo, 3rd highest score. She'll dive 6th. Sydney Rice will dive 7th. And Mari Kwok, unsurprisingly, dives 8th. The favorite to win and the defending champion and 2-time defending MAC Diver of the Year. Right now, the highest seeded diver after the prelims, and certainly looks like has an opportunity to put on a show here once they head to the boards. And of course, still the medals here ready to go. Meanwhile, a quick update is Akron has the advantage, 670.5 for the Zips. Ohio in second, 589.5. And ultimately, not sure there's enough points on the board here for Ohio to make that comeback. Miami, Ohio still sitting third, though, but that's a tight race, 575. Right now, only 14.5 points back are the Redhawks from the Bobcats. UB sitting in that 4th spot, 460.5, and an opportunity to get even closer here with 4 divers, of course, inside that top 8. Ball State, Bowling Green, Eastern Michigan, and Toledo rounding out the top 8 of the standings right now as we have just 2 events left.
Exactly, well said. Then you have to expect that the Buffalo Bulls are going to get a lot of points here in the diving well. So maybe there's a chance they make that push for 3rd. We've been talking a lot about the Ohio Bobcats throughout this MAC championship. Last year's MAC championship placing of 3rd was their highest since 2013. They're looking for an impressive 2nd place finish here for the 2025 MAC championships.
So with 2 events left, the scoring looks like this. Winner in individual events, that'll be the diving, takes 20 points. 2nd place takes 17. 3rd gets 16. 15, 14, 13, 12, and 11 respectively awarded to the next 6 divers, or 5 if you will. 9 points to the 9th place finisher, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Round out the points in the top 16. For the relays, points are doubled. So the top 8, which is all you'll get because there are only 8 teams, going to score 40 points, 34, 32 for the medal winners. 4th gets 30, 5th 28, 6th 26, 7th 24, and 8th 22 points. So not a huge disparity, whereas if you finish in that 8th spot or 6th spot, you're not really losing that much ground, but ultimately, you know, repeating those relay wins and those 40-point performances, a good opportunity to jump up those standings as we see the medal presentation here for the 200 fly. Leah Evans, 8th, Grace Bodrick, 7th, Karina Solera, 6th, Bella Forsman tied for 4th, so another tie. 2:01.2 was their time. Aaron Skapakovic ends 2 minutes 38 tenths, or hundredths, if you will, in third. Alexa von Holtz in second. And Abby Daniel, another gold medal, 156.67.
Congratulations, Daniel, on your gold medal in this event.
So another gold chain on the neck of Abby Daniel. And at some point, maybe you'd think that head coach Brian Parisi, maybe he gets tired of lifting all that hardware up and down, but I highly doubt it.
I don't think he does.
In his 12th season right now, he has absolutely made this Akron Zips team a powerhouse in the Mid-American Conference. Welcome back inside our booth here at the Netatorium inside Alumni Arena. Again, I'm Vinny Cristiano III, alongside my partner here today. And ultimately, I want to ask you here, Michael, this has been, again, a remarkable week. But we don't go to the diving, and it's a bit of a different dynamic than we've seen. This is really a strong suit for not only the Buffalo Bulls program, but for Bowling Green as well.
Well, Bowling Green is one of those programs that has had some success in the pool recently with Daisy Platts. We saw a phenomenal performance from Ava Viel. But you're right, Vinny. We saw a great performance on the 3-meter from Natalia Mayorga Flores. I'm excited to see what divers attempt to challenge Mari Kwok in the trio of Buffalo divers that are going to partake in this 3-meter final. We're in for a good one in the diving well.
Yeah, now, Sydney Rice was a name that you had your eye on before we even started this week, and ultimately, she didn't really finish inside the medal winners in the 1-meter, but the 3-meter is more of her specialty. Right now, she's the second highest seeded diver as we get ready to start 3-meter competition here momentarily.
Yeah, Sydney Rice had a disappointing 1-meter dive, and a bit of that might be the ability of the amount of dives you can do inside the 1-meter. A little more technical, not as much competitive. Looking early at her dive list, she has a lot of impressive difficulty dives that she's going to try to take down Mari Kwok with today.
Now, again, Abby Daniel winning the last individual gold medal of this week. And you've raved about her really all week long. Ultimately, if you could go into more depth about what it is that sets her apart from some of the other swimmers.
What sets Abby Daniel apart is that Akron is full of mainstay names. Being a program name for any of these MAC programs is always impactful, but being a program name at Akron is a whole different level when you're up there with the likes of so many impactful historical MAC swimmers.
We are ready to start the 3-meter individual diving championships. And Presley Dorsett ready to kick things off for Buffalo. Dorsett, strong start for the Bulls. And she heads into the water and gets the first score today. And 7's on the board for Dorsett. Strong start for the first diver off the board. Balthaser from Ohio. In the water as well. And 6.5s on the board here for Balthaser. So at the very least, Dorsett right now puts herself at the top of the board here. And third, first dive for Elizabeth Noble from Akron. An average round score of 42.39 in the prelims.
Love the way that Elizabeth Noble of Akron approaches the board on that. Her hurdle step on that forward 2.5 somersault pike gave her the height needed to complete that difficult dive.
Sophie Maywisson in the water as well. And good control for Maywisson as she gets scores ranging from 6.5 to 7.
Difficulty on that dive was only a 2.4, but you can see that a little bit, Vinny, with some of these early dives in the 3-meter, keeping the difficulty low and getting points early.
Now Meg Lupa from Eastern Michigan. Good control on the splash there for her. And 7's on the board as well as Lupa puts herself towards the top of the board. Just a freshman from Campton, Ontario. Season high score of 284.25 on the 3 meter, 6 dives so far this season. As now Kaylee Donovan, third highest scored diver from the prelims on average, and the third Buffalo diver we'll see in these 3 meter championships.
Very nice execution from Donovan there on the 205C back 2.5 somersault tuck. The judges are going to reflect a pretty nice score on that. Kaylee Donovan went against what I said earlier, a 2.8 difficulty on that dive, getting started with the more difficult dive.
Here comes the second highest scored diver in the 3, Sydney Rice from Miami, Ohio. And so far, scores all above 6 and averaging between 6 and 6.5 up to 7. And Mari Kwok here. We'll see what she has to start off with. A little bit more of a difficult dive. So the lowest scores of the first round to the highest seeded diver, Mari Kwok. A little over rotation, a little more splash in the water than you expect there from Kwok, who obviously 5 more chances to do it, and sees her teammate now back on the board.
And Kwok will certainly have scheduled the competitive dive she needs to get back into this one.
She's the only one that started with that twist. And now reverse and a little more over rotation that time around from Dorset. And a reverse 2.5 somersault tuck for Dorset. Difficulty a little higher that time, again, not the entry that she was looking for.
Yeah, that's the high risk, high reward of the 3 meter diving, Vinny. A 2.8 difficulty for your second dive, not a great start for Dorset.
Great rotation for Balthazar there, a forward 3.5 somersault tuck. And scores about 5.5 there. But the difficulty of that dive will multiply her score a little bit. Those not familiar, 5 judge diving has the top and bottom score eliminated and the 3 median scores added together and then multiplied by the degree of difficulty of the dive to get the score for that round, and then each of the 6 rounds all added together. Noble, also a 3.5. That one well executed. She'll see some 6.5s across the diving judges' scores there.
Some good redemption there for Noble. She didn't execute that dive as well as she wanted to in yesterday's morning prelims, but the 4 3.5 somersault tuck was executed very well that time.
Mae Whiston in the water for Buffalo. A back 2.5 somersault tuck. Also a bit more rotated. You saw the ankles hit the water there a little bit more over the top of the shoulders than maybe she would have liked. And now the score that after a pretty solid first round. Each diver dropping their scores on average a little bit here in round number 2.
Meg Lupa with a good forward 1.5 somersault twist. Keep in mind, Vinny, she's trying to be the first diver in the Mid-American Conference, not from Buffalo, to win any event. That was Bethany Berger when she won the 1 meter and the 3 meter back in 2021.
Kaylee Donovan looking at a reverse 2.5 somersault tuck here. Another one maybe not entering as vertically as she was looking for. A few too many degrees on the revolution, and now Sydney Rice looking for an opportunity to try to climb to the top of the leaderboard here. Loud cheer meets Sydney Rice's forward 3.5 somersault tuck, and a good showing from Rice will likely put her at the top of the board, at least for the time being, with Mari Kwok still to go.
There was a lot of momentum in that dive. That was a 2.8 difficulty. An impressive dive for Sydney Rice to be able to execute in that moment to put her to the top of the leaderboard.
Mari Kwok, a dive that looks so much like what we've seen all season long from her. Sevens, and plenty of them on the judges' scorecards for Kwok, and she will make up a little bit for that first round that maybe did not go the way she wanted as perfectly as she's used to scoring here. She'll go back up to the top 3 here. Presley Dorsett back to a simpler dive. And the senior from Littleton, Colorado, solid scores as well. As the bronze medalist of the 2024 3-meter dive puts herself right back in that medal conversation with a solid 3rd round dive. Balthaser, the only Ohio diver here in the 3-meter, with a back 2.5 somersault tuck. Sees average scores of between 4.5 and 5 from the judges that time around here in round 3. Elizabeth Noble, the junior from Cincinnati, Ohio, with a reverse 2.5 somersault tuck. Again, splitting the judges between 4.5 and 5.
I like the way that Noble did this reverse dive. The way she spotted the water in midair and her body control, I thought was excellent.
That'll be Maywison. Reverse 2.5 somersault tuck for Maywison also gets over-rotated. And she'll see scores of 2.5 and 3 there for the reigning freshman diver of the year, who finished 8th in this event last season.
And Maywison never got the takeoff she wanted. She didn't have the height to do her entry.
Good-looking entry that time around from Meg Lupa, and the judges reflected as so. 7.5s and 7s for Lupa, who puts together a strong round. Kaylee Donovan, another strong one as well, as a senior from Frederick, Maryland, who finished 6th in the 3-meter at last year's max, and currently has the 9th best 3-meter score in Buffalo Bulls history. Sydney Rice able to navigate her way in the water after seeming like she might have been stranded in the air a little bit. 5s on the board here for Rice, who has her first dive that doesn't score as high as she would like. Mari Kwok now her 3rd attempt. Great height for Mari Kwok, who is able to launch off the board, but ultimately the splash needed a little more than she needed. Still 6 and 6.5 on the scorecards that time around.
Mari Kwok has 2 dives on her lineup that have a 3.0 difficulty. That was one of them with the somersault pike. Maybe not the most straight entry, and the judges reflect that.
Here's Dorsett again, and an inward 2.5 somersault tuck. That'll help her position right now. She sat in 5th after the first 3 rounds. Now Balthazar again. Sophomore from Delaware, Ohio, looking to place here for the Bobcats and hold on to that narrow lead they have in the standings right now over the Redhawks, as Sydney Rice from Miami currently sits just 1 spot in the standings above. That diver right there, who's Elizabeth Noble, who looked like she had a bit of a money dive there. Very good effort from Noble.
That was an incredibly executed reverse 1.5 somersault, 1.5 twist free dive. That was a mouthful just saying it. Her ability to get into that dive and out of it as quickly as she did is why it scored so well with the judges.
Mae Wisson's 2.5 somersault tuck. A solid dive for Mae Wisson, who needed that one as she's looking to climb the rankings a little bit here.
Yeah, and that inward dive from Mae Wisson's important because on the tuck, she gets into it and out of it quickly. Speed means nothing without a clean entry, which is exactly what Mae Wisson had.
There's Meg Lupa now. The freshman with a back 2.5 somersault tuck.
That one didn't score as well. That's going to go down as tied for one of Lupa's hardest dives of the night. Her next one's going to be equally at a 2.8, just not the execution she was looking for.
Here's Donovan now. Donovan, a forward 2.5 somersault pike. Maybe one of the easier dives on the board here as we get ready to wrap up round 4. Sydney Rice trying to close the gap to Mari Kwok. Maybe not able to close the gap as much as she would like there, as maybe out of the somersault tuck a little early, and again, feet getting over-rotated over the shoulders. Here comes Kwok now with her 4th. Her poise as she gets out of the tuck, incredible, and 7.5 on the board here for Mari Kwok, and she will maintain her spot at the top of the leaderboard.
And that dive for Mari Kwok is one of the dives she didn't execute as well in yesterday's prelims. But as we saw there, she learned from what she did yesterday and was able to execute that reverse 2.5 somersault tuck to a better standard.
Here comes Dorsett, who got great height off the board. And her forward 3.5 somersault tuck will put solid scores on the board, 6.5s and a 7 there for Dorsett, the senior from Littleton, Colorado.
And that's going to be a huge dive for Dorsett. That was her hardest remaining dive. She needed to get the points there.
So it'll be a big jump for Dorsett, who will get the good scores to multiply with that difficulty score after sitting in third after 4 rounds. Balthazar sitting in 6th after 4 rounds. We'll look to jump Maywison and Rice, who right now sit 4th and 5th. Noble over the top a little bit again on the 2.5 somersault tuck. And Noble, who started very strong right now, is currently sitting in that 4th position. May not be able to jump Balthazar this round. Still 1 left to go here, as we are almost halfway through. Maywison, diver number 4 here, and the 2nd Buffalo Bulls diver. Again, last year's reigning freshman diver of the year. Good height for Maywison there, and both Bulls divers see 6 as the lowest score they're going to see, as Maywison puts a well-executed dive in as she looks to climb the rankings here. Right now in the bottom 3 here midway through the round. Lupa, the freshman, puts together another good one. And there'll be a 7 up there in the judges' cards for her. And it seems like every other round, Lupa puts together a really solid dive. And ultimately, as just a freshman, this is going to be someone that the rest of the MAC teams are going to have to look out for.
And the judges are respecting her choice to go back-to-back 2.8 difficulty dives. They understand the competitive nature of the choice of those dives being so late in her schedule.
Here comes Donovan, a back 1.5 somersault, 1.5 twist free, and also puts together good scores across the board. And Donovan will cycle back towards the top here, as with 2 divers left, Dorsett right now leads all, but Rice and Kwok, of course, still yet to go. Rice with an inward 2.5 somersault tuck. And we'll see if that's enough to keep in front of Dorsett, who with a good dive on a difficult one last round had a big score multiplier. And Mari Kwok now looking to extend her lead. I have a feeling she might do just that. Mari Kwok on the inward 2.5 somersault tuck and a difficulty of 2.7.
As we enter this final round, keep in mind, Mari Kwok will end it on her hardest dive of the night. I'm really excited to see how she wraps this one up.
Yeah, she
6
has
dives from
to
now.
build to that most difficult one and get that rhythm going. As of right now, her lowest score did come on her first dive. Presley Dorsett ends strongly. She was 2nd after that last round, and a back 1.5 somersault, 1.5 twist free will likely give her a good score to stay there.
And Presley Dorsett has made the competitive decision to end her night on a 2.4 difficulty. She wanted the last dive the judges see to be a very technical dive, and she did just that.
Now, Stephanie Balthazar, the sophomore.
Seeing a little bit in delay here as we get ready for her forward 1.5 somersault 2 twist free. Looks like they're going to audible out of that one, actually.
Possible that the delay, like yesterday, in the computer entry, just getting that corrected. And Balthazar maybe not able to get in the water the way she wants. And the delay not playing in her favor, unfortunately. Now the last offering from Elizabeth Noble from Akron. Noble ends with an inward 2.5 somersault tuck, a dive difficulty of 2.7. And May Wisson now her last opportunity. May Wisson, a bit of a hometown fan favorite, the native of Fairport, New York. Is the only freshman in the top 10 of both the 1 meter and the 3 meter last year. A 4-time All-American at Fairport, puts together a solid dive to end the 2025 3 meter campaign here inside MAC Championships competition. Meg Lupa from Eastern Michigan, the impressive freshman. He's 4 across. And now we get into our top 3 seeded competitors, the 3 highest scores for the prelims. First will be Kaylee Donovan. Donovan ends with a back 1.5 somersault, 2.5 twist free. One of her more difficult dives for sure. And the scores will multiply well for Donovan as she tries to put herself alongside her 3 Bulls teammates as high on this leaderboard as possible. And now Sydney Rice. Junior from Highland Village, Texas, ends on a strong note. The 7th place finisher last year and the 2023 MAC Freshman Diver of the Year.
Here comes the hardest listed dive of the entire championships. A 3.0 difficulty for Mari Kwok to end things.
And it looked like the easiest. Mari Kwok puts on a show. And 7's on the board for Mari Kwok. And she will likely sweep the diving boards at the 2025 MAC Swimming and Diving Championships. What a dive from the legendary Bulls diver.
Take a look at this replay. Her execution on the twist pike is phenomenal. You can only bend at the hips right as you get out of the twist. Her awareness and body control in the air is why she has been a dominant force in the MAC these past couple seasons. Phenomenal dive from Mari Kwok.
Mari Kwok, unofficially the top of the leaderboard, 3:29.25. That would have been good enough for the 3rd best score of the entire season. She did have the best score back on January 10th, 2025, a 3:63.05. Rice, the 2nd best, 3:39.25 in the pre-prelims. And now we get ready for what's going to be our last event of the MAC Championships, the 400 freestyle relay. And that was indeed a show that was put on the 3-meter diving boards. Vinny Cristiano third alongside Michael Loss again here from the booth for what could be the last time here inside Alumni Arena. Thanks for joining us here on GetSomeAction.com and live on YouTube. Mari Kwok, I mean, what's there left to say about one of the best divers in Buffalo Bulls history?
Well, from a storyline perspective, you see her first dive at the end of the first round and you get a little worried. It was one of her easier dives. She didn't quite execute to her standard. But as we saw the dives get more difficult, she pulled off 2 3.0 difficulty dives, including, as you said, Vinny, what might have been the easiest looking dive of the night was the hardest listed dive of the entire 4-day championship. What an impressive performance from Mari Kwok, and we expected no less.
No, we certainly didn't. The proverbial lights were certainly not too bright from the talented diver from the Buffalo Bulls. That's another gold medal in Buffalo's pocket, and a couple of solid finishes all the way through. Presley Dorsett ultimately ends up finding herself inside that top 3 as well. Now we look to the last pool event of these championships, the 400 freestyle relay. We start things with a relay, we end things with a relay. How do you expect things to end here inside the Dorsey Reynolds competition pool?
I think it's so exciting that the final event that you and I get to cover is another 8-team MACtion event. You get to see all 8 programs that field women's swimming and diving teams. 8 schools that decide to highlight these phenomenal athletes, and you get to see them all in the water act for one final race. We've been talking all night about the seniors. We've been talking all day about the legacy they've brought. Well, this is their last chance. And they get to do it against all 7 of their conference rivals all in one place. Vinny, events like this that we're about to watch in the 400 free relay are the reason why we do what we do. This is going to be a fun one to wrap things up here.
This really has been a treat, and ultimately can't ask for much more. Throughout the course of the week, it's remarkable how much we've seen. We've seen MAC records fall in the prelims. We've seen now more than a baker's dozen new pool records set. A sweep of the diving boards from Mari Kwok. We've seen Zita Zoki put on a show, and ultimately Peyton Kelly tie Zita Zoki and co-champions be awarded in the 50 free, and how much anticipation was building for that event ultimately didn't even get to the level in which we got to celebrate with those 2 co-champions in what was a remarkable and memorable day that certainly will stick with me and many of the fans here and the student athletes for the rest of their careers and lives, because that day I remember leaving here thinking, wow, how cool that was that we got to witness something like that. And that theme has been consistent throughout all now almost 4 full days.
And that's what's great about championship season. We get to see those moments televised here at the MAC championships. You're right, Vinny, that was something that happened on day 2, yet you and I have not stopped talking about it. But what's great about all the names you mentioned and all the swimmers we're highlighting is that they all have years of eligibility left. We get to keep the good times rolling. Certainly we're going to celebrate our seniors tonight. We're going to celebrate the people who have built legacies at all these programs. But what's been so exciting is to see these rising stars that have burst onto the field. We talk so much about how Akron does not rebuild, they reload. They certainly have been able to show who their next wave of superstars and Abby Daniels will be. And at the same time, we've seen schools that haven't had as much success recently, like the Ohio Bobcats, have a powerhouse swimmer in Zita Zoki. I am so excited to see what the 2026 season looks like. If it's anything like this, we're in for an even better MAC swimming season.
We absolutely are. And again, not to get too far ahead of things, but after everything wraps up tonight and the trophy is awarded, the seasons don't end for everyone. Some of the swimmers and divers, unfortunately, do not have the opportunity to compete again, but many of the student athletes, especially those who are atop the podiums throughout the course of the week here, will have opportunities to go swim again with different regional opportunities and ultimately the goal of getting to the NCAAs like Zita Zoki did just last year.
And you love to see the good times rolling for the ladies that have gone out and earned those cut times. And what's even more exciting is when you tune in to the 2025 NCAA championships and you're seeing the tombstones that we've thrown at you today with all these logos, you're going to see a lot of ACC, SEC, Big 12 logos. But worked in, you're going to see some MAC logos. You're going to see Zita Zoki. You're going to see Akron's Abby Daniel. You're going to see some exciting Mid-American Conference athletes.
We're ready to present the podium finishers and the medals for the last individual event of the 2025 Mid-American Conference Swimming and Diving Championships. And I apologize if I get a little choked up when I say that, but again, ultimately, that's just me emphasizing how much fun I've had and how much I looked forward to this week. And to sort of admit that it's almost over, it's maybe a bit bittersweet. However, it has been a blast, and ultimately that 3-meter diving competition was fun to watch as well. Stephanie Balthazar finishing in the 8th spot, 2:31.4, and she will be greeted at the podium by 4-time UB Diving Coach of the Year in the MAC, Russ Decker. He won it a 5th time in 2014 with the Ohio Bobcats. Meg Lupa from Eastern Michigan finishes 7th. She's going to be someone, I know I've said this once already, to keep an eye on here throughout her career with the Eagles.
I mentioned, Vinny, the chase that all these MAC schools have to chase a UB diver, for a win for it to not be from UB. That started last in 2021 with an Eastern Michigan diver and Bethany Berger. Meg Lupa could certainly be that diver.
Kayla Donovan, just the hug from Balthazar as Donovan finishes in the 6th spot, 2:56.65. Sydney Rice, the 2nd highest seeded diver, ends 5th, 2:60.7. And for Sydney Rice, the junior, she's been on the All-MAC team before and likely has a candidate to be on it again. Still another year left here. She'll be in that 5th spot. Bella Noble from Akron, 2 great performances on the boards here. Akron, not a lot of competitors in that competition. She ends up 4th, and Sophie Maywis in the first of 3 Buffalo Bulls with the medals.
And real quick on Noble, if we're going to talk about the dominance that Akron has in the pool, we got to give some sort of respect to the Akron zip diver, maybe not getting as much attention as she should. A wonderful job by Bella Noble here at the 2025 MAC Championships, as we see the trio of Buffalo Bulls at the top of the podium.
How about Sophie Maywis into her 2nd dive in that 3-meter, not what she wanted. She comes back, she finishes top 3, earns herself a bronze medal, and the reigning freshman diver of the year will join her 2 teammates, Presley Dorsett with the silver, and Mari Kwok, another gold medal in the 3-meter dive, and another MAC Championships gold medal for Mari. She's going to have to build another trophy case, I think, because she has been racking those up as of late. 3:29.25 for Mari Kwok, 2:81.20 for Presley Dorsett, and 2:69.05 for Sophie Maywison. A Buffalo Bulls sweep of the medals in the 3-meter dive.
We've seen some fantastic podium pictures where the top 1 through 3 all get together. How fantastic is it that 1 through 3 are all Buffalo Bulls, and how more fantastic that they're doing it in their home pool. They aren't very far from their own beds they get to sleep in, and that's what's great about hosting the MAC Championships, is you get to be familiar with your own facilities. So how great is it for Coach Russ Decker of the Buffalo Bulls to see 3 of his ladies, 1 through 3, here in the finals of the 3-meter.
Mari Kwok won this event and the 1-meter last year as well, and then competed in both of the NCAA championships, where she finished 31st in the 1-meter. In 2023, she was silver in the 1-meter and also was gold in this event. So now 3 straight wins for Mari Kwok on the 3-meter board. The 22 MAC Freshman Diver of the Year and a 2-time MAC Diver of the Year. Certainly seems like she might add her name to that list one more time. This year, a 6-time MAC Diver of the Week.
I wouldn't be surprised to see her be one of those awards we hand out. After this relay, we will be having the accolades handed out afterwards. A little bit of a break, we'll be covering for that, but really excited to see Mari Kwok's name possibly called one more time for MAC Diver of the Year.
Thanks everyone for joining us all week long here on GetSomeAction.com and live on YouTube. Still one event left to go, the 400 freestyle relay. And after the award presentation for that, a bit of an opportunity for some swimmers to get in the pool for time trials. As we take a look at a quick update of the standings here with one event left to go, the University of Akron, 686.5. They lead things. Ohio up over the 600 plateau, 603.5, with the Redhawks not far behind, 591 for Miami, Ohio. The University at Buffalo right now sitting in fourth, 537.5. Ball State in 5th, 277.5. Bowling Green State, 232.5, with Eastern Michigan at 191, and the University of Toledo and the Rockets rounding out the board at 149.5 through all of our events but one here inside the Alumni Arena in Editoria. The last parade of finalists on deck here at the Dorsey Reynolds competition pool. Swimmers don't have energy to save left. They got to pour it all out here. 8 teams, 4 swimmers each, and the fans pouring all their energy into this as well.
Vinny, this is what makes the relays at the MAC Championships so much fun. All 8 fan bases are here, and they are loud. Since every team gets a relay team in this, every single program is here. They are on their feet. They are excited to see one more event at the 2025 Mid-American Conference Swim and Dive Championships. They could not be more ready.
Every single fan base on their feet here before the last event puts a bow on 4 days of swimming and diving. You're not allowed to stand technically, but I don't think security can kick everybody out, and quite frankly, we've been standing the whole time. Eastern Michigan will be in lane number 1. Ball State will be in lane 2, and Miami, Ohio will be in lane 3. They are seated 327.90 respectively, 323.29 for Ball State, and the Redhawks 320.89. In lane 4, it's the favorites, it's Akron, and they have a stranglehold on the leaderboard right now, 317.92, their best 400 free relay time of the season. The Bulls are in lane 6, and they're home pool for the last time this year, 322.57 for UB. Toledo will be in lane 7, 325.42, and Bowling Green in lane 8, 329.58 for the Falcons.
Remember, Vinny, the first event of this year's championships was an exciting 200-yard medley relay that came down to a tap out at the wall, where the Ohio Bobcats took home their first relay win since 2013. They're seated in the 5 spot right now. I wouldn't be surprised to see this one come down to the wire yet again. All swimmers only have 4 lengths to pull to make their legacy known in the 400 free relay.
Big cheer for the University of Akron, who is minutes away at this point from lifting the trophy for the 4th year in a row and the 11th time in the last 12 years. The Buffalo Bulls soaking in the last moments in MAC play on the deck of their home pool here in Amherst, New York. There's 32 swimmers on the left side of the pool, and there's maybe an uncountable number more on the right side, ready to cheer on their teams. September 21st was the first unofficial event of the MAC season. March 1st, 2025. Here we go. Ohio and Akron, neck and neck. First touch at the wall on the feet. Bobcats, early lead here. Still plenty of time left to go in the 400 free, but the lead leg for the Bobcats. We've seen how good they've been in the freestyle this week, giving the Zips a run for their money right now as they get to the second turn.
What's true across all relays is the strategy of who you put at your leadoff. In relays, which are the ultimate team event, 4 swimmers, 4 lengths, and 1 goal, and that's to touch the wall first. It's all about how you structure yourself. An amazing start for the Bobcats here in lane 5. They're going to have a leadoff lead.
Big underwater phase there for the Zips. That keeps them in second for the time being. Off the blocks. Buffalo right now also in this conversation. They're up there in lane 6. 49-31, their split. They were in second after the first switch, but Akron in their second leg has taken that second spot right back, and they are charging right now for the Zips. Casa on the hunt to try to put Akron back in front of the 400 free relay.
Casa had a phenomenal 200-yard free as part of the 800-yard free relay team that won on day one. They need a big final 25 from here. These relay pickups are going to be the make or break. You cannot give up hundredths of a second when the field is this close.
So it was Nacarella that gave Buffalo the second spot for the time being. Forsman having trouble hanging on to that second spot. Ohio still in the lead as we get to leg 3. It looks like it's going to be Gatrell possibly here for Akron. We haven't really seen her much today. She might be fresh for the Zips, and indeed, after that first turn, she's reining it in. Akron charging back, and don't look now, but in lane 3, Miami, Ohio doing the same thing. That's Wachter.
And remember, Vinny, Gatrell is a graduate student. This could be her last competitive race. She knows she has to let everything out in this last 25. It's going to come down to the anchor legs here between Ohio and Akron. I can't wait to see this finish.
Looks like Claypool leading, and Gatrell right there. Now, who's the handoff? Akron in the lead at the handoff. Could it be Gatrell? Could it be Swabinska? Ultimately, for Ohio, it seems to be Baroker in the water.
Akron had the better exchange on there, beating Ohio by hundredths of a second. It's going to be tough for Ohio to make up ground. This anchor leg is where legends are made. We got to see who has it all in the ultimate fight to the wall in this last 50 yards.
Bosley for Buffalo trying to get the Bulls back in it, as Halliday for the Redhawks currently holding on to the bronze medal. 3 minutes through the 400 free relay. Back to the wall, Akron by a body length. The Zips with the lead. And as they come back to the wall, an 11th MAC championship in swimming and diving in the last 12 years. 3:15.70 for the Zips. Another new pool record. And UA is DOMINANT. The Akron Zips dominate another MAC Swimming and Diving Championships.
What an incredible way to close out an incredible championship. Pure speed, pure heart, and a finish for the ages. And if you're the Akron Zips, who else do you have in your anchor but Abby Daniel, the All-American Abby Daniel? And she closes it home for the Akron Zips. She took over in that anchor leg, and that was the difference maker for the Akron Zips in their 11th championship in the last 12 seasons.
Certainly did not look like she had lost any juice, even though she raced just 2 events ago. And you saw on the replay there just how good Akron had been. Ohio led into the 3rd leg. Bobcats still end up touching second, 3:17.73. And Miami, Ohio in lane 3 ultimately comes home with the bronze, 3:18.87. What a showing again from this well-rounded Akron Zips team, and Miami and Ohio put themselves right where it seems like they're going to finish in the standings.
And remember, Vinny, Akron had a rough day 3 of the MAC championships. The Ohio Bobcats had 3 straight golds. They were pushed to the brink on day 4. They needed clutch performances from their best swimmers, and they got that from Abby Daniel and this relay team. They knew that if they were going to come away with the championship this year, they need to win in the 200-yard butterfly, they need clutch diving performances in the diving well, and they need a killer finale, and we got it here in the 400-yard freestyle relay.
Buffalo in their home pool comes home 3:19.81. That's good for 4th. Ball State comes home 5th, 3:20.89. And Toledo, 3:23.57, comes home 6th. With Eastern Michigan 7th, 3:23.94. And Bowling Green rounding things off at 8th, a time of 3:28.16. And Parisi will present the awards yet again, as he has done so many times today.
Our seventh place team, Eastern Michigan University, Sophie Gatchell, and Houston Russell. Our sixth place team, the University of Toledo, Rose Ricky, Leah Allen, Kenzie Michael, and Jan Steiger.
Toledo just outside the top 5. Janice Slegers with a good anchor leg to ultimately put themselves inside 6th by just about 3/10. Ball State in their time of 3:20.89, falling in 5th. And again, the Buffalo Bulls will take the podium on the deck of their home arena the last time this year. 4th place spot for the Bulls, 3:19.81 in their 400 free relay team. And Wechter anchoring that Miami, Ohio Redhawks 400 free relay team to that bronze medal finish. No surprise, of course, that Zoki leads off, gives Ohio the lead, and a strong 400 free relay as the Bobcats see Zoki and Dunnigan give them a great start and ultimately give Akron a run for their money. But the Zips, at times, are inevitable. And 3:15.7, another gold medal for the Akron Zips. So Swabinska and then Daniel, the last 2 legs. And ultimately it was Swabinska and of course Abby Daniel, like you mentioned, Michael, who were able to make and hold on to make the pass and hold on to the lead.
And that's exactly what relays do, Vinny. They test your depth. And that's what Akron did in their relays this championships. They were able to pull out 3 girls who were able to compete at the highest level. And this podium finish is no different.
And as some of these seniors depart the podium here after taking, of course, some very celebratory pictures, you see the hugs, you see the smiles of elation, and of course the happy tears. You've had the opportunity to be in these positions. As a senior at a meet like this, what is going through not only the minds but also the hearts of these student athletes right now as this week's and tonight's events come to a close?
Well, Vinny, my final competitive swimming event was actually in this pool. And what you do is you look around and you look at the faces of the people you've swam with and the people that you've grown up with. You take a look at the juniors who are only a year below you, and you think of the years you spent with them, the dinners you had, the parties you went to, the experiences you had. You look at the faces of the freshmen who you've just met this year, who you've instilled your wisdom upon. And at the University of Akron, when you're that senior and you're looking down to the freshmen, you're teaching them the culture of winning. You're teaching them the culture of going out in the pool and giving it your all. So you look around at the faces of your teammates and you smile and you think about how lucky you were to do the sport you love for as long as you had. And for the seniors at the University of Akron, I think they have one more dive in the pool left in them.
I would tend to agree with you, as we will allow things to get organized on the deck a little bit here. with a 50 fly time trial here, as Kenzie Maiko and Audrey Zimmerman from Toledo will take the pool. As because the pool's open, opportunity to use it here and put yourselves in a time where you can try to qualify for events going forward.
And obviously, Vinny, this happens between the end of the championship and the championship awards. But really quickly, I'm glad that they did a time trial in between this, because every night you and I have sat here and we've wrapped up, and there's been a time trial, and I have not seen a single swimmer for any team leave the pool when their swimmers in the water. The Eastern Michigan Eagles have had swimmers in most of these time trials, and they haven't left the pool. These fans haven't. These time trials are just as important as the championship events to the girls in the water right now.
The team bond has been evident as Kenzie Maiko, the freshman from Littleton, Colorado, and her teammate Audrey Zimmerman, the freshman from Cincinnati, Ohio, both getting an opportunity to try to improve on their season best times. And another opportunity here for a time trial. This one not quite as quick, in a 200-yard breaststroke. Zofia Janaszek-Zeidlitz, a sophomore from Warsaw, Poland, looking to put a time down here for the Redhawks. And again, her teammates cheer her on from the deck here at the Dorsey Reynolds competition pool.
It's exciting to see the underclassmen still have a way to take part in the MAC championships. Not every underclassman is going to be able to perform at a level that will get them a time in even that B final. So these time trials are an exciting way for these sophomores to jump in the pool, and they get to talk about their experiences at the 2025 MAC championships. Especially if you're a swimmer for a school that's not Buffalo, you get to talk about how the pool feels and your experience, because you got a chance to swim in one of the time trials that happened after the championship events.
You mentioned Eastern Michigan, and they were a team that started the year incredibly hot. They were 4-1 in MAC play, in overall swimming, and they started 3-0 in MAC duels, including beating Buffalo 149.5 to 148.5 back on October 26th. And with a 6th place finish last year, 273 points, their highest finish under head coach Perkins was 3rd back in 2019-2020. They've already qualified 5 divers to the NCAA Zone Diving Championships, and ultimately promising future for Eastern Michigan, and the team being integrated in the way that they are here in the pool, the freshmen and the upperclassmen all working to improve each other after the meets are over, promises success for that Eagles program for years forward up in Ypsilanti.
And what's very exciting too is that the Eastern Michigan fans that have been in attendance have been rabid. They might not have had as many swimmers in these consolation finals and finals, but they've been here and they've been out in full force. And frankly, all the MAC swimming fans we've seen around us. You know, Vinny and I have had the pleasure of being around a different fan base each day here. The way they do their seating is by moving around the fan bases, so everyone gets that prime position. Not that there's a bad seat in the house here at Alumni Arena, Dorsey Reynolds competition pool, but they've been moving people around, and we've really got to see all of the MAC fan bases, and they've came in and they've shown out. This is a 1,000-seat capacity, and they filled it to the brink. So super exciting to see women's sports get this recognition, and it's been really fun interacting with all 8 MAC fan bases in attendance here today.
And this natatorium has hosted important events before. They've held the World University Games here, the D2 and D3 NCAA Nationals, and the Mid-Continent Conference Championships, 3 straight of which alongside the Empire State Games, as we are now ready to announce the All-MAC Awards. First, the second team. First winner, Kaylin Herbett from the Miami Redhawks. A sophomore from Winter Springs, Florida, now back-to-back years on the All-MAC second team. Lisa Clinton-Marr, the first Akron Zip to receive an All-MAC award, likely not the last. That'll be her first All-MAC selection. Pass Jocelyn Holder again, back-to-back All-MAC selections.
Julia Strong from Ohio.
Taking a little while to get everyone up to the awards table.
Morgan Brown.
As Julia Strine, the first Bobcat to be awarded.
Grace Ryder from Buffalo.
Again, a back-to-back All-MAC second team selection.
Elise McCall from
Elise McCall from
Buffalo.
Buffalo.
Leah Evans from Toledo.
Leah Evans from Toledo and the Rockets, certainly well-deserving All-MAC recognition.
Ella Zygert from Miami.
Ella Zygert, the second Miami Redhawk on the All-MAC second team.
Anna Keene from Ball State.
Anna Keene, the freshman,
From Ball State.
All-MAC recognition in her first year.
Hannah Trainer from Akron.
Alexa Von Holtz from Ball State.
And Dominica Costa from Akron.
And Dominica Cosa, the redshirt senior. She'll join Hannah Trainer and a couple other Akron teammates there. They had 6 total All-MAC selections last year.
Year 2025.
Casa, All-MAC recognition after last year being an All-Big Ten second team selection as she transferred from Indiana prior to the start of the season. So now all-conference recognition in 2 different conferences for Dominica Casa, and of course the rest of that All-MAC second team, very deserving of that honor.
Women's swimming and diving All-MAC first team.
Now for the first team selections.
Your name is announced to accept your award. Abby Daniel from the University of Akron.
Big
And
surprise.
unsurprisingly, Abby Daniel, first name on the list.
Zeta Zoe
That makes her a 4-time first team All-MAC selection, and Zeta Zoki, she'll go back-to-back
from Ohio University.
in her All-MAC selections as well.
Peyton Kelly, Ball State University.
Peyton Kelly, co-champion in the 50 free. Padovic, another gold medal winner. First team All-MAC selection.
Mari Kwok from the University of Buffalo.
And Mari Kwok again, first team All-MAC.
El Couture from the University of Akron.
Al Couture, who won this week's first individual race.
Cassidy DeBetta from Ohio University.
Cassidy DeBetta, the junior.
Casey Stevens from Miami University.
Casey Stevens, who won the longest race of the week. Krishna Bezadenhout, a sophomore from Wake Forest, North Carolina.
Mia Nacarello from the University of Buffalo.
And a well-deserving honor for Mia Nacarella from the UB Bulls.
Bella Forsman from the University of Buffalo.
And Bella Forsman joins her.
Caroline Dunnigan from Ohio University.
Caroline Dunnigan, part of a couple gold medals for Bobcats this week. Forsman, just a freshman,
Emily Elwood.
joining the grad student Mia Nacarella, the Rochester, New York native. As Emily Ellsworth, again, a part of
And Rebecca Reed.
that strong Ohio stretch throughout the middle of the day yesterday.
The 2025 Women's Swimming and Diving All-MAC first team, ladies and gentlemen.
McKee and Rebecca Reed also earning All-MAC first team honors. Reed, one of those seniors celebrated for the Zips. Part of all those championships. She's got an NIC record in the 100 IM. Very good chance. She'll get a chance to go try to beat that. As her career likely continues, we go to the individual awards.
2025 MAC Women's Freshman Diver of the Year from Eastern Michigan University, Lupa Megan.
And the Freshman Diver of the Year, Megan Lupa from Camden, Ontario. Well earned for her, and I have a feeling she is going to be getting some more MAC hardware in her career.
Women's Freshman Swimmer of the Year from the University of Akron, Felicia.
And the Swimmer of the Year in the Mid-American Conference, Felicia Clinton-Mar, the freshman from Stockholm, Sweden. And what a statement to be made in your first year swimming collegiately. MAC Swimmer of the Year.
Women's Outstanding Diver from the University at Buffalo, Mari Kwok.
And Mari Kwok, now a 3-time MAC Diver of the Year, as she is awarded Most Outstanding Diver Award here inside her home natatorium.
The 2025 MAC Women's Diving Coach of the Year from the University at Buffalo, Russ Decker.
And now 6-time MAC Diving Coach of the Year, and for the 5th time with the Buffalo Bulls, Russ Decker, with 3 divers taking medals in the 3-meter board just this evening. A legend in college diving circles.
2025 MAC Women's Outstanding Swimmer from the University of Akron, Abby.
And most outstanding swimmer goes to Abby Daniel. And Clinton-Mar and Daniel again show that the future, not only the present, bright for the Akron Zips. Visible emotion from Abby Daniel. She has spent a lot of time smiling this week and in her career.
And the 2025 MAC Women's Swimming Coach of the Year from Ohio University,
And the Coach of the Year award, Mason Norman. For the first time in his career, he's honored with the Mid-American Conference Coach of the Year award.
Been a long time coming for Coach Norman. We've talked about how this Ohio team has been the strongest of recent past, and Coach Norman's the reason why they're here.
175.5 points. Eastern Michigan University was in 7th at 215 points.
For the first time since 2011, an Ohio head coach wins the Coach of the Year award. And now the final points.
University, 305.5 points. Finishing 4th, the University at Buffalo, 567.5 points. Our 3rd place team, Miami University.
175.5 for Toledo, 215 for Eastern Michigan, 254 for Bowling Green State, Ball State 305.5, UB 567.5 in their home pool, Miami, Ohio 623, finished 3rd, Ohio. One of the best finishes in program history, 637.5, and the winner. The Akron Zips, 726.5 points.
Please come forward to receive your championship trophy.
now tied for the second most MAC championships in swimming and diving history.
Your 2025 MAC Women's Swimming and Diving Champion.
And there is one of the most legendary head coaches in American Conference history, Brian Parisi. In his 12th season, now 11 championships. How about them Akron Zips?
This concludes today's award ceremony. For the latest in news, notes, and statistics, make sure to log on to backstroke.com. This is the website of the Mid-American Conference. The Mid-American Conference represents all administrators, officials, coaches,
All right.
swimmers,
Well,
fans,
looks like that the awards have been presented, and yet festivities aren't quite done yet. Even though it looks like Akron's getting ready to swim in another event, I assure you their next step in the pool is going to be a lot more fun, a lot less nerves than they have this week.
We mentioned at the top of the show that there are going to be seniors taking their last splash into the pool in their competitive swim careers. And for the University of Akron seniors, this will be their last splash in a bit of a different way.
Some talented and deserving competitors will get a chance to compete at the NCAAs and at district championships. But here today, all celebration. It's the Akron Zips. Make a splash in the MAC with their 4th in a row. Brian Parisi's used to that sight. And for Abby Daniel and Rebecca Reed and all the other seniors, they're used to it as well. All 4 years of their careers they've won, and for Brian Parisi, only 1 year as head coach of this Zips program. He has not been jumping in the pool at the MAC championships. All right. And it looks like they've done that a couple times before, and I bet each one gets better than the last. Well, a hearty congratulations is due to the entire Akron Zips administration, staff, and student athletes on that roster. Brian Parisi, the head coach, Mark Callahan, the head diving coach, Michael Lacone, the assistant swimming coach, and Zach Moody, the grad assistant swimming coach, all celebrating the 2025 MAC championship win, and maybe that trophy going to have to be polished off a little bit after this.
Well, the dip in the pool is becoming a bit of a yearly tradition for the Akron Zips with their 11th and 12 years. But I know on the other schools, what an exciting MAC championships we had, not just this Akron program that dominates year in, year out. We saw Ohio have their best finish in ages. The host Buffalo Bulls get some key medals, and the University of Miami, Ohio get some great finishes to start day 4. What a fantastic day for all 8 programs.
Akron, Ohio, Miami, UB, Ball State, Bowling Green, Eastern Michigan, and Toledo round out the 2025 championship standings. As quickly as it started, amazing to think it's already over. A memorable 2025 Mid-American Conference swimming and diving season is in the books, with the Akron Zips continuing their dynasty by capturing the 11th championship in their program's history. On behalf of our entire crew, director, producer, graphics, and replay operator Matt Wolfran, associate producer Tyler Bauer, camera operator Jim Zinkowski, and color commentator Michael Loss, my name is Vinny Cristiano III, saying thanks for being with us this entire week, everybody, and we'll see you next time.